Oh, hi, Jill. Hi, and good morning to you also. Although it's still it's still night for you. How have you been, Joe? I didn't get much done on this yesterday. I was doing some stuff on New Vegas, but I think we might come up with something for this one. And I shortened down these so we can walk around freely. Now it's not so bad. So, what have you been up to? Oh, I'm fine. I've been doing fine, Joe. I hope you've been doing well also. But during this heat, I haven't been heating a whole ton. And all this evening, I was getting these tummy cramps. And I should make sure I eat enough. Oh, hi, Meg. How are you? Hope you've been well. Took a nice nap. Ah, that's good. You managed to get some rest. Yeah, probably. I think what it was, when it's too hot during the day, you won't eat. Then when it cools down, maybe in the evening, maybe you eat slightly too much. You know, that kind of way. Your tummy's not used to it. Hmm. Hi, Terry. Hi. How are you? I hope you've been well also. I'm good. Oh, that's good to hear, Meg. Putting in extra hours at work, trying to get stuff done. Oh, nice. Keeping ahead. Hmm. I can relate to that. Yeah, keeping ahead. Oh, it was bad. I'm sorry to hear that, Terry. Yeah, sorry to hear that. Oh, they didn't visit. Oh. Although I found with my family also, once once you pass maybe 20 or that, or 18, yeah, it tends to be not such an event. That's why it's always best to just grab some friends and make it your day. You know. Oh, they didn't visit you. Well, they should have. Now we'll fix our weather. You don't have any friends. You've got friends here, Terry. But I know it's not the same as, in real life friends, but you've still got them. Now let me grab some soda. Ah, that's a little bit better. Yeah, I was kind of struggling with my tummy today. That's probably my own fault. There. Now, I've decided to go with this, but it's something I wanted to try. And I think it might be a little wide, but I want to try it nonetheless, because it might be a decent look, but I think it's, it's too wide, it will go right through. Well, I know it will go right through, but if we could do it tastefully, it might actually work. Let's give it a try. Water. Oh yeah. I forgot about that one, Jill. I have a bad headache. Oh, sorry to hear that. Sorry. I used to, one time. Get them regularly. And that was a long time ago. Now I rarely get them. Maybe a toothache or something like that, but... sometimes it can be a lot got to do with undiagnosed kind of food allergies as well. Let's say smoking and coffee can be the leading contributors to a headache. I had to. I know. I know, Jill. I also blocked one of my friends. He was threatening to kill me. Oh, you mean, yeah, for no reason. That's a pretty serious one. Yeah. Even in jest, Terry. That's a pretty serious one. Actually, I'm sure in the UK, it's actually a criminal offence to threaten someone's life. Yeah, it's quite right you blocked them. Like, even if it's said in an argument but not meant, and the vast majority of the time it is said. How many times have we heard someone say, I'm going to kill you, but don't actually mean it? But, yeah, it is a serious matter. But hopefully this person doesn't know too much of your personal information. Oh yeah, definitely keep the message. Store it on another device as well. Like even if you just screenshot it on your phone even, But I've got death threats as well, Terry. On Xbox, because of an online multiplayer game. I get the feeling you probably met this friend on an online multiplayer game. Yes, that's good. You got it on your phone as well. Oh, hi. Hi, Young. How are you? I hope you've been well. Yeah, I was playing multiplayer, Terry, in Black Flag, and, it was my first day playing it, so obviously green behind the ears. But you've got to join teams. So apparently I must have brought down the team average. But, some guy said, I've dropped so many points now on the board because of this, that, and the other thing. And I said to him, I'm sorry, I just started the game. And then he threatened to kill me. But it was probably just a kid. So I told him if he didn't calm down, I was going to report him. Um, so he kind of calmed down, and he kind of apologized in a kind of begrudging way. But I laughed it off because I'm an adult. But I suppose if I was a kid, it would be quite scary. It's not a thing to do, you know? Doing alright. Ah, that's good to hear, young. But yeah, like everything else, I would consider social media or any accounts a double-edged sword. You can meet, friends closer than, that you can get closer than family. You can also meet the opposite, if you know what I mean. You can meet some pretty disturbed people as well. So you have to be careful, Terry. My boyfriend and brother told me. Oh, totally, totally, and it's much more chilling now. I suppose that you said him, so it's a man. Yeah, be careful there, Terry. Be very, very careful. And thanks for the host, Jill. Appreciate it. This is what I'm thinking here, guys. But I've heard such funny stories, let's say, originating from the net and things like that. There was these two guys and they were kind of friends online, but one guy would always beat the other in, I think it was one of those online multiplayer games like Call of Duty or something. So they must have having some kind of falling out. But the guy who was always on the losing end, hmm, social media can be a double-edged sword, totally. Yeah, you make of it what you want, but the same can be said of anything, young, you know. Uh, the internet, let's say, and information you have at your disposal is, it's awesome. It's a great learning tool. It's actually fantastic. Like, let's say, when my generation was young, a long time ago, it would have been an awesome tool. I'd like to think that we would use it that way, but I'm not sure. The problem is there's so much other stuff there as well. You know, one has to be very, very careful. You know, there's a lot of truth twisting and sometimes outright lies, and it's hard to sift fact from fiction. So one should never 100%, I suppose, believe what one reads. Um, it basically boils down to, let's say, when you're gathering information on something, trusted sources. I know that's trusted sources is a matter of opinion, but let's say sources that have built up a certain reputation over time. And that's all one can do and use one's common sense and logic and, take it from there. Hmm. Yeah, I did as well. I did as well. I can fight if I want to. Ah. Yeah, but I've always maintained that that should be one's very, very last, you know, option. Um, in some cases, you know, especially if you initiate violence yourself, you've kind of lost, before it's begun. '86. Ah, so the internet was very, very new. But I grew up getting familiar. Yeah, with it. Let's say by the time you were 10 or 12, that would have been 98, 99. You know, I was an old man then. I was an old man then. But let's say to be introduced to the internet at an early age, yeah, you learn about it quickly. You become adept, I suppose. Uh, when one is young, let's say from the ages of 7 to maybe 12 or 14, learning new things is pretty easy. Um, you know, but once you get, over 18, 19, 20, learning new stuff like that is a lot harder. It's like learning a language. Let's say if I went to France, let's say now at my age, it might take me a lifetime, maybe 20 years, and not become fluent in that language. Whereas, when a child is born there and immersed in it, um, you know, they can be perfectly fluent at maybe by age 5 or, you know, let's say an average of 6, you know. Yeah, I'm very, very old. But still, what's the word I'm looking for? Unbelievably handsome. You know, that kind of way. I was lucky, Jill. He threatened me and my boyfriend, so if I ever see him, let's just say, so you know this person personally. Well, maybe you had a beef with your boyfriend and that made you a target also. It kind of makes sense now. Mm. Yeah, the internet is a great good, and also, a great evil, I suppose. Just like anything, it's up to the person who uses it. But it can improve minds. And then on the other side again, it can corrupt them, you know. But now it's part of life, we've got to we've got to consider that as a factor now, even a person's personality, which is kind of new for us, I think. You know, now it used to be, let's say it used to be nature and nurture, but I think this is the third element. You know, it molds people. Hmm. In high school there was no internet. Yeah, yeah, no internet. I remember apparently reading about it when it was a thing. I think it was some kind of military or government thing, which would make sense. Most technologies come from that as kind of hand-me-downs, and then goes to the private sector and makes lots of money. Well, it was first introduced in banks, like stock exchange and for up to the second kind of information on currencies and that. And apparently these banks and institutions way, way back, I think it was like something like, I think it might have been the 70s, would pay something, and it was a lot of money at the time, up to $100,000, I think, a year for that service, you know. But then it went mainstream. I've heard. I've read it somewhere. This is what I was thinking about. I think these squares are a little big, but they're kind of just what I'm looking for as well. But I get a feeling we won't be able to use them. Like if I could do something... Oh, that's a little small. And that wouldn't be bad if I placed it a bit more. But my big problem would be here. It's not bad. It's not bad. I would have to center it up a bit, but I could actually see that one work. We could pull this out a little bit maybe, and if possible, I could do something on the same end. What do you think of that? Obviously, I'll have to do something with it and get it right. But yes, those old farts do remember. Yeah, simpler times. Let's say... How could I put it? The way I see it now, um, like having no internet and, that kind of influence, I think helped us young. In a sense that, let's say, if we were from a small town or a small village or whatever, you'd look around, you'd look at your friends, you could only compare to your friends and the people you know. Oh well, they've got this, they've got that, they look like this or they look like that. So a lot of kids would, let's say, base um, themselves on that. Like, let's say, the popular kid in school and all of that kind of thing. Now kids look at these people on social media, so they think this is the way life should be. You get some people on their going jet setting and getting into a Ferrari, and which some of it is smoke and mirrors, to be honest. So now they expect this kind of thing to be, the norm, which it's not. You know, most of it is just, to quote a saying, a kind of flash in a pan kind of thing, and kids can get pretty depressed. We didn't have that kind of influence. Plus, with no internet as well, we socially interacted more, which is always good. Well, we played outside. We played outside, and that's good because we learned to interact with other people. We didn't kind of withdraw. Withdrawing from social things can be damaging, because all of us at heart are social creatures, I believe, you know. But these things like Facebook and likes and all of this kind of thing, all designed to manipulate the mind, exactly like, let's say, slot machines and loot boxes and things. But when they designed these features and phones and other social media, it was actually done with the help of, psychologists and all of that. I've seen some of their seminars, how to get people gambling online and stuff, and the little mind tricks they play. Kind of creepy. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, or for me it was hurling or soccer. My favourite thing was building tree houses. I loved building tree houses and dens. Yeah, yeah. Then let's say you had the early 80s. Well, for here, let's say the the arcades didn't become a thing um, here until the very early 80s. Yeah, and that would take all your money. Oh, hi, Lady Grey. Hi, how are you? I hope you've been well. How have you been keeping? Now, I actually think that would work. Now, what we'll do with that is we need to bring that out, I think, myself, as far as we can. Now, you see how I've had to patch it twice. That's our only minor problem. I think this would be actually quite nice. Just at that last little feature we need inside. Oh, that's good to hear, lady. Just doing some things, cool, around the house. Oh, we've been doing some old guy complaining about social media. All we need is some rocking chairs, you know, put it out on the lawn, give us a shotgun, keep off the grass kind of thing. I must get myself a rocking chair, Joe. I've never had one. Oh, no problem. No problem. I was just explaining what we were talking about. It might have sounded strange. Get off my land. Hey, it's one of the benefits of getting old, I suppose. I'm definitely gonna get myself a rocking chair. I think after this time now, I think I might deserve it. Think of it as a kind of a status symbol. Something that was earned over a long life. Something like that. Which would be awesome if your surname was actually Smith. Which is an extremely popular name in the UK. Ah, see how I've just got trapped? One moment, I'll get out of here. But just to recap on that, I think it's a big loss to the younger generations. Let's say to not interact just that little bit more. The the internet and that makes it easier to feel like one is still in contact with life, basically. But I think it's still very important to for real contact. Hi, Kilo. Hi. Oh, just the usual. We're doing a little bit inside in Starlight. Oh, hi, Mike. Was it Sarah Smith? That would qualify. That would qualify. But yeah, I remember Smith being a very popular name. I knew lots of people called Smith in the UK. It's a pretty old name. It goes right back to, well, obviously it goes right back to the Doomsday Book, the tax book in the UK. You remember that one, Mike, when no one really had any surname to speak of, and he was quite annoyed he couldn't track people down for their taxes, so they had to use their occupation as a kind of second listing. So if you were, let's say, a blacksmith, you would have to go by John Blacksmith, which was probably, eventually shortened down to Smith. And smithing, yeah, correct. And yeah, as I said, Smith, guys, is a pretty popular name. One of the reasons I said it was a lot of smiths, let's say goldsmiths, silversmiths, it could go on forever, ironsmiths, which was, probably later kind of shortened down to Smith. Yeah, every person, even down to their last chicken and pig. But tracking these people down was pretty hard. You would arrive as a taxman, Mike, in, let's say, London, which at the time could have a population maybe of 100,000, maybe 200,000. Imagine tracking down a guy named John, you know? But, using your occupation, let's say you were forced to use it in every interaction you made. So you'd be known then as John Blacksmith, or, well, another common example would be John Thatcher, or John Baker. And it was easier to track these people down. But it was being used a little differently, let's say, in other parts of Europe, Mike. Here in Ireland, we would use the term son of. It was the same in Scotland with the kind of Celtic tribes. Like, say, O'Driscoll or O'Dowd, O'Mahony or Flannery, Like even my name, let's say it's been anglicised now, but my name would have been O'Double, or let's say a more modern version of it would have been O'Doul, which would mean son of. So my surname was probably one of my ancestors' first names. The same in Scotland also, and I think Germany did it as Von, and I think Holland did it as Van. I think that's the way it worked. Yeah, Smith, Cooper, yeah, all of that stuff. Yeah, yeah. But I think for the Celts it was more a kind of tribal thing, to figure out which family you came from. Here, let me just grab some soda. I used to look into it a lot. I've forgotten most of what I've learned, but you know what it's like. But it can be, pretty interesting. Watching certain documentaries or reading some certain books on subjects like that. Little common things that we have today and the roots of why they came to be. My great-grandmother on my father's side, last name was Burke. That's a popular name here. I know a lot of Burkes. Again, I think that's an anglicised version of a name. I'm not quite sure what that name is in Gaelic. But it's a very popular name here, young. Burke. Like in my town alone, which is pretty small, there would have been about 3 shops and a couple of bars. that would have borne that name, Burke. County Cork. Ah, yeah. The name is actually more common coming closer to the Midlands. Yeah, around Tipperary, Offaly, you know, even parts of Galway. Some names would be kind of central. Like, let's say, my name would be a pretty common name, let's say, in the Dublin area. Although I can't find any records. I can go back a lot, let's say. So, if my family kind of, moved from the Dublin area, it would have been probably um, sometime, I would say, in probably the mid 15th century. So that would have been going back a bit. I can trace the other counties, Clare, uh, Offaly, and all the rest of them, but could only get back so far, young. There is some interesting history on your dad's side. Ah, they're all crooks. Gotta love the Scottish. They could almost be Irish as well, Mike. But basically, the Irish and the Scots all came basically from the same tribe. Um, and I'd say they would have settled Scotland, and at the same time, or maybe not long after, would have sailed across and settled Ireland as well. Well, they wouldn't have even been called Celts, I suppose, at the time. You know, going way, way, way back. Uh, yeah, I wanted to move this guy, and just need a, tiny bit more, if we could. You see, like that? And if we could get this one neat. You see how I've got to suffer on this one. You see that line? Yeah, that's killing me. There's not much you can do with a line like that, but that's not bad. And that gives us a little more, but it seems to be slightly deeper on one side. Or I don't know if it's my imagination. See, when you don't have something in one piece, it's kind of hard to line it up. What I would say, it's a slight tilt on this. There would be more something like that, you see now? Oh, everything is going at a different angle. So if we could get this one running right. And this would have been really, really, really simple if I had one piece doing this instead of two. Keeping it, looking even is paramount. I would say in this one. That's not bad. You see that one there? There. It's actually pretty good. You couldn't even tell if that was two pieces. Hmm. Yes. Yes, and that's the one. Yeah, just without the K. Yeah, the pics. Apparently, let's say that was one of the offshoots from the guys who came down from what was called Gaul, I think. Would have been parts of France and, some of the other countries. Yeah, the pigs. Now my great-grandfather on my father's side, last name was, yeah, Lunowski. He was from, yeah, Poland. The ski on the end, yeah. Yeah, the ski. Yeah, Polish name. Mm. I was in Poland briefly, young, when I was in Germany. Poland is right on the border. You know what it's like when you're working in a country. If there's bordering countries, when you get the weekend, you'd go, spend maybe the weekend there and kind of soak up the sights, when you're working. But I didn't stay long because I wasn't working there. But that would have been, I think, around the time of, or just before, the fall of the Berlin Wall. That was a long time ago. I think it would be in the late 80s, sometime. Yes, yes, there were. There were. But the obelisk, let's say, it can be traced back to Egypt as well. There was a lot of cultures that used certain symbols. Now, if we can center this, we'll be doing well. I know it's a lot of work for this piece, but I think it would match well in here. There you go, not bad. Now we just need to set it from here, because we're kind of stuck with it. Oh, we could, let's say, bring it through. I prefer not to see that, if possible. It might come out pretty deep on this. Will we be able to comfortably fit that? Yeah, I think we would. We could still comfortably fit that. And it kind of looks okay there, doesn't it, guys? I want to be careful now that it's the right height. But that would work pretty good. Now all we'd have to do is to bury that sign. I want to bury it within that. And I think we could do it. That would be a nice little decoration. Yeah, yeah. No problem, Mike. No problem. But history is a fascinating subject. And educational as well in so many different ways. Very, very underrated. And it's kind of sad, let's say, as the decades go on, to see some schools and that do less and less history. It's losing a lot. it's like a system where you can benefit and learn from other people's mistakes. A definite head start in life if you want to take it. Also gives you to the ability to sniff a rat out, so to speak. To see something coming decades before it actually arrives. If you look enough through history, or if you're really into it and read enough, you will see certain cycles, you know. But always, let's say, massive change in history, sometimes good, sometimes bad, tend to happen after a long um, kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Basically people having a hard time, whether economically or whatever. Eventually enough of them get together, and it creates a lot of unrest, and from that, good and bad things can happen. Prime example would be, let's say, the French Revolution, and the American Revolution, and the Irish Revolution, always apparently from a revolution, unfortunately. But in the West, at least, that thing seems to be, as far as civil war goes, at least, a thing of the past. Thank goodness. Yeah. See that? That's what I'd be looking for. Something like that. Yeah, something like that. I think that would look well. If you fail to learn from history, yeah. If you, yeah. And what was it? What was that quote again? If you fail to learn from the mistakes of the past, you're doomed to repeat them. Quite right. But it's so easy to do so, in a sense, if you think about it. Let's say you might get a generation that would learn the value of certain things, of certain freedoms or liberties or whatever you want to call it, and they would have been hard fought for and hard won. Then you get a few generations after who would take these freedoms and liberties for granted and would watch them be slowly eroded away. Yeah, it's complicated. And what's the old saying? If something is there and apparent to you all the time, it's unappreciated. Not knowing the history, let's say, about how it came to be. But say what you want about humankind, when they are on the precipice of, really bad situation, they do come together and work as a team. Unfortunately, it takes something really, catastrophic to get people working, together again. They've been kind of, what I won't say brainwashed. They've been led astray. They've been told what they need and what they want, or they've been told, what they need, and yeah, basically, and what they want, and it's not really what they want or need. I want to get that in about there, I'd say. So what do you think, guys? Not bad, is it? I know it took a bit to get it in, but yeah, maybe it's just what we need for there. It's got a little kind of nuka world thing. I think that would work. We got a cash register here, and we do the rest of the decorations. There's another saying as well. Yeah, I think it is. You know, from the bits of rubbish that we had, it doesn't look bad. That I always think of in certain situations as well. I forget who said it, and I think it was quoted by a US president as well. I'm not sure if it was he saying, or if he just kind of quoted it. Was walk softly and carry a big stick. And that was a pretty amusing saying. And I can understand, its meaning. A kind of peace, an order in strength. As it walk softly or speak softly and carry a big stick. Was it Teddy? Yeah. I'm not sure if that was his saying. But around the time Teddy Roosevelt, was president, and it was a toy manufacturer. And he wanted to make a new kind of toy, like a kind of doll. And they actually made what we call now a teddy bear. And he named it after Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah, did you know that? I remember reading that in history. The same can be said of the female swimwear bikini. Back in the 50s, I think it was, during the nuclear tests from the US. The atomic age, people expected a lot from it. They thought now, we'd be driving around in our cars in the sky and, this kind of space age thing. But it had a lot of hype and that. So he came out with this new kind of swimwear. And he was looking for a name to make it catchy. But he used the island that one of the tests were on. I think it was called Bikini Island. And that's where that swimwear got its name from. But wasn't it Teddy who did a lot of work on the national park system? Yeah, I think it was. Which of the presidents was it that started in his term um, a kind of work scheme? Uh, he managed to put during the recession. It would have been probably the 1920s or 30s. I think 1.5 million workers back to work in the US. They did some Mount Rushmore. They did the Hoover Dam. That would have been Teddy. Or would have been no. It's probably Eisenhower. I think it might have been Eisenhower. I think it was Eisenhower who said any company that sets up in the US that's not prepared to pay their worker a decent living wage has no business in the US. He was a pretty progressive president. There we go. That's not bad. Now you see that thing in the back? I didn't see it. There it is. Perfect. Now, that's what we got. Now that we could add to this as our last little hurrah on this one. Now here's another thing. Was it? Yeah, Roosevelt. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Yeah. Roosevelt. Yeah. That's right. Roosevelt. Yeah. Now I remember. Wasn't his wife and Teddy Roosevelt's wife related? Second cousins or something? Yeah. Yeah, I remember a strange thing reading about that. It was. Correct. Franklin was the guy. Yeah, Franklin was the guy. He had that disability. He was in a wheelchair, wasn't it? He died, I think, during or not long after. Was it the Second World War? Yeah. Yeah. I think I remember. He also had a. Yeah, he also had a. He did a system. Yes, polio. Yeah. That was my granddad had that as well. It disabled him from about the age of 12 or 15, I think, 14. Yeah, exactly the same condition as Franklin had. Yeah, polio. Was it Franklin? I think it was Franklin. And there was some kind of crisis in the US. And he passed a law in the US, let's say that everyone who had any gold in the US would have to, by law, sell it to the government. Well, wedding bands would be obviously an exception. But he passed a law, everyone sold her gold. He melted it all down, and this is where, let's say, a lot of the gold reserve came from. And then, let's say, because of the shortage, he gave them a fair market price, obviously. But then because of the shortage, I think the price of gold skyrocketed to 8 or 12 times its value. Yeah, I remember that one. But the biggest of the gold reserves in the US would have been, let's say, during the late 1800s, early 1900s, during the gold rushes. But now gold is, let's say, not so much a thing about someone's economy. Now it's basically fate. You know, like stock markets and how well things are doing in that. It's not really based on anything really physical anymore. Oh, your mum did as well. Ah, yeah, my granddad did. And I think a few of my granddad's cousins, but it was prevalent in that time, wasn't it? Until the vaccinations came out. He was, yeah. But this is what I'm saying, young. It takes a catastrophe to change. Hmm. But from what I've read of the Great Depression, it was a perfect storm. It was a combination of a lot of things. You had obviously the stock market crash, which we've seen kind of as well, let's say back in 2008 with the Goldman Sachs fiasco. Pretty similar, let's say, building castles on air and the whole bottom fell out eventually. Capitalism sometimes can be, as far as the stock market is concerned at least, almost like a Ponzi scheme. Um, you had that, and then I think to really rub it in, I think somewhere in the center of America, they call it the breadbasket, well, which was later called Dust Bowl. From a combination of dry weather and over farming, the land was practically ruined. So thousands and thousands of farms shut down, and that really added to it. But it was because of the Great Depression. Let's say I think a decade or so more. It might have been introduced in the late 30s or early 40s. Wasn't it Roosevelt was that did that thing you were just saying, a mm, kind of social system. He wanted, let's say, he managed to get 1.5 million people working. Hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, totally. But then another hit for that young would have been during World War One. The influenza epidemic would have been rampant, and a lot of soldiers from other countries would have been in close contact. They would have all returned home and spreaded that disease. And really, we had no decent protection against that. So that was the influenza epidemic as well. But that was the last really, really serious. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was a perfect time for that virus, in regards to the virus at least. A great time for it to spread. Through the military. You would have had, British troops, American troops, French troops, goes on forever. Not to mention, let's say, guys from other countries that would have joined up these armies. A lot from Ireland, let's say, joined the British Army, let's say, to fight. Even though we had a neutrality pact, they would have travelled to the UK and signed into the British military to fight that kind of tyranny. You know, and they would have returned home here as well and passed on that Spanish flu. Okay, let's just save this. But a lot of that strain was lost. Um, I think 50 or 60 years ago, or maybe even more recently, they found some explorers in Antarctica or something that were frozen solid in permafrost where they were buried. And they were actually carrying the virus, which was alive and well. I think they have that virus stored, so they still have viable samples of that, which is kind of scary. So, that would have been, let's say, kept on ice, so to speak. Um, which has always kind of made me wonder too, with this kind of, you know, the ice sheets melting and that, how many unknown strains of viruses could have been held in animation, let's say in the ice, waiting to escape. Yeah, kind of scary when you think about it. But I had another version of that there, a scare, let's say, but it wasn't that contagious apparently. The N1 something one, I think they call it. But I suppose as we expand more and more into jungles and areas, let's say we wouldn't normally go, and more land that gets uncovered, let's say due to ice sheets melting, the better chance there is we'll come across something quite serious again. Hmm. Oh yeah, there is. I don't know how true it is. I remember briefly reading on it. My memory is pretty sketchy on this, young, but lots of the problems, the diseases, let's say the terminal diseases that humans get, um, they reckon that they can trace it back to ancient viruses that found a way to embed themselves in our DNA, literally, and lay dormant, you know. And then something happens, obviously, in your body that would, you know, kind of get that thing started again. Yeah, there's obviously been, I would say, let's say the history of life on this planet. There would have been probably literally thousands of viruses that would have been, let's say, not that dangerous to the life there at that time, but to us probably, yeah, would be extinction events. Yeah, yeah. Now, the red is not bad. You know, we go down the sides, we could go across the top, and then we call it on that. Now I could go green, but I don't know about green. Yeah, I see that green. I know we've done green outside, but it's not bad. I would prefer to do the red. Like, you remember that mammoth that they got from the ice? They could even tell what its last meal was. But I remember they picked up some kind of ancient form in the permafrost somewhere. Some ancient form of moss, I think it was. Tiny sample. And they put it in a sealed glass container and brought it back and kind of warmed it up. And I think within a few days it was thriving again. I reckon it was dormant for probably, 20, 25,000 years. Yeah, absolutely amazing. Oh, they found some humans as well. Found one, I think it was somewhere around Austria or somewhere, a mountainous region like that in Europe. Someone seen a piece of body sticking out, obviously called the cops. But it was this ancient guy. He probably died. He got injured. He was probably, he died obviously of exposure, but he had a broken leg or something, and he was in the process of making himself a bow, probably to survive, but he died. But let's say here, there's been a lot of finds as well. Certain bogs here can preserve, let's say, that kind of stuff as well. And they found once they were digging, I think they were doing it for fuel. Um, they found some old skins and inside some cheese. But they dated that back to, oh my, I think over 2,000 years. Apparently they used to use the bog, it was nice and cool, as a kind of a refrigerating system. Some sacrifices, let's say during pagan times, were found as well. The bodies would have been in pretty good condition, but kind of Their skin would look like leather, you know. But, even hair follicles you could see on the skin, and how they were sacrificed. Pretty gruesome. Yeah, yeah. But a lot of pagan burials here would have involved animals. Let's say during Celtic times. Okay, what were we doing? We were changing the settings. I think not. How far would it be? About maybe two. Oh, about 2,000 yards from me. Some guys were digging foundations for some kind of building, I think, and they unearthed a skeleton. And of course, they called the cops. But then there was some archaeologists out there. I think this would have been just before the crash, so about 2006, I think it might have been. And yeah, it was pretty ancient. I think it was a burial from about what was it? It was in the local paper. I think it was a burial from around the 9th century, I think. I'm surprised it lasted so long. I'm not sure what way this will look, or we'll see if we can hide the corners. It's the corners that will be the problem. See these guys going across. Yeah, I thought as much. Okay, we'll have to put it in vanilla without the use of place anywhere. I don't know how well that would work. Oh, welcome back, Rose. Hi, how have you been? I hope you've been well. Yeah, the temperature rose here is starting to shoot up. I think in the last 15 minutes it's gone up about 15 degrees. I might crack open a window in a moment if it gets much worse. So, how have you been, Rose? And what's the weather like for you? It's pretty warm here. Very warm. Although outside, it's temperate enough. It's just the humidity, Inside is the worst. Ah, it's good. Oh, that's good to hear, Rose. It's hot, isn't it? Yeah, I can feel it in my upper region. When I breathe, it's like... it's strange, where your upper half can be quite warm, and your feet can be still a little cold. Maybe that's just my blood pressure. I don't know. But the weather here has always been so strange. It's hard to explain. You'd have to live here for a while to kind of understand the craziness of it. It turns on a dime. Especially this last decade, Rose. The humid nights here is almost tropical. We've been doing our last little decoration in here, and I just want to see if we can get that nice little, kind of look. I think with a bit of luck. Ah, I see. So what we'll do is we'll get this guy in before we actually try. So that would be those two. And then we'd have to... You see the problem with this one when we go across, you see? So if we... I don't know how this would look. It's something like this. It might not be the worst thing ever, but it's there's a bit of a jump on this. See what I mean? We'd have to drop that down, and it's a bit late now. So I think it's from the left hand side. It might give us a little bit of aggravation. We'd have to move that, but we would have to work from this side. I think it's the way it's you see that? Slightly off. You see that one there? I don't... You see we can't catch it on the second one. But yeah, I think we can do this. And that would be it then. We could go in green as well. Oh, we're going with a kind of coffee shop here, Rose. Well, I've been a long time at this, but I don't mind. It gives me an excuse to hang out and chat, you know. We're going for a kind of coffee shop. The whole settlement is Starlight Drive-In. The original lore of this place, let's say, it was a UFO themed kind of cinema drive-in. When you get here originally, it's got this rusty piece of metal on the top, which is actually just a rusted tiny UFO. So it was kind of UFO themed. It probably, during the 50s, they would have doing some probably, those B movies. It came from space and all of those kind of things. So that's how they kind of themed it. But we've been a while at this one. Yeah, it's come along. We've replaced our screen. We've made an observation area, which I've yet to furnish. Oh, why thanks, Rose. We've done our gardens. We've done a lot of work on this. Although this went pretty quick. It's just that room in particular is giving me serious problems because of the old building that was there. But I don't mind. We also have 2 screens, indoor screens. One is quite large with a balcony area. The other one is kind of small, as our second screen. Obviously we've got a kind of drive-in area with our cars. And we've got our entrance as well. This would be for our cars. Another one down here. And a kind of walk-in area here. And of course, this is how we've done this one. I have another couple of things I want to do on this front that might kind of work. We'll be doing bathrooms. Well, this building will be just, let's say, the observation area, which all I need to do is the furnishings. And I need some stuff in the bathrooms. I've done most of the groundwork on it. As you can see. just need to put the smaller fittings in. This took a good while to do. So this will probably be male bathrooms, and the other one, let's say, female bathrooms. Probably the best way to go. The two buildings are still here. And this would be a little observation area. I was thinking maybe just seating or something. But a good bit of time on this one. But it's different, you know. It's not easy to work with that kind of industrial stuff. The concrete pieces kind of look better, but I kind of made up for it with the lighting, let's say. You know, because of the UFO team, obviously green, and we call that coffee shop the Little Green Men Cafe. We have that up in green lights as well. It's still a bit messy. I've got a lot of stuff thrown around because of the building I'm doing, but I'll get rid of that shortly, you know, once I'm finished inside. So then you have, you know, special today mystery meat. And you can see the sign at the back, the Little Green Men Cafe. We've gone with a kind of New Vegas sign, Sunset Sarsaparilla. And this is why we've done the cactus and things here. And this will be our kind of our sit-down area here. Let's say next to the counter we have our till and our coffee machines. I'll be able to assign a person on that one. And this will be going up to where the projector is run from. Here. And that's the original projector there, but I've covered it over because it was a massive eyesore. Oh, I thank you, Young. I put a good bit of work into this one. But as I said, I don't mind. It gives me something to do. It's still not finished, but the decorations that's left, you know, will be pretty light. In this corner here we have a little fountain area. And I'll just put some seating and maybe some nice wall decorations here. You know, I've just carried this on, you know, down the side. It's the trees that will make any settlement. It kind of, you know, closes it in. It does have a kind of, it's the lighting, Rose, yeah. It's totally the lighting. It would even give you kind of late 80s kind of feel, yeah. The lighting will always do that. You know, with that kind of look. Now, there's a common glitch in this settlement. I don't know how many of you noticed this one. When you start to build up in this area, you see that telegram pole? You see the glitch? Wait, you see that? That's always been here. I think the developers, when they put this in, they have a lot of rubbish beneath the map here where that telegram pole is. And what happens if you've got too many objects occupying the same space, they'll literally cancel each other out. You would think it's a loading issue, but it's far from a loading issue. If it was a loading issue, it would affect the settlement, you know, entirely. So my theory is, it's that section. The whole settlement is done, I think, let's say height-wise. Think of the whole settlement like an invisible cube, like a Rubik's Cube. You know, it would be, let's say, 6 squares by 6 squares, and probably 6 squares high. And all of those would be little individual squares like a Rubik's Cube. So if you mess up on one of the squares by, you know, probably placing too much in the same area, and once you start building here and aggravate that, and it will get to a certain threshold and then kick in. You see the square? Isn't it funny how it's exactly the same size? You see how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So my theory is it's 5 by 5. So it would probably be 5 high as well. So I think that's how the settlements were done. Because, for a glitch to be exactly affected the area exactly to the same distance on each. So obviously it's interacting with something that's already set, a set size. But I've always looked at this building thing in a kind of square dimension, if you know what I mean. Like there it is there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Exactly 5 by 5. But it's strange, the little things. I noticed that on my second playthrough. On that, from, let's say, really small, modest settlements. Oh yeah, we've been doing, and that's kind of messed here because we're not finished. We're probably finished here. This is our indoor theatre, Rose. This was fun. Yeah, this was fun. And it didn't take much to make. These are just some red drapes I added. And then, just built the platform and came along and did this. That was a little bit more complicated, but not that much. We added just these ordinary lights, and I think it gives it a kind of vaudeville kind of look, doesn't it? Hmm. Oh, hi. Hi, Only Hips. How are you? How have you been? I hope you've been well. I don't know, it just makes it seem more theatrical. But it kind of reminds me of the old 70s cinemas here. And I'm going to change this. I'm not one bit happy with that. I might be able to make a tiny little toilet and sink area, on the way out. Like a little tiny bathroom. I think that's the way I'll go with that one. And this is the way up to, which needs decorating down here, to our balcony area. And we kind of put this in as a kind of projector, I suppose. So that would be one. It's quite big, as is. Even this alone would have been, a decent piece to put here. Oh, back again. And welcome back, Rose. I was just showing the guys, let's say, the finished job I did on the inside of the theatre. I'm on my break. Oh, nice. Just wanted to drop in. And thanks for that, Only Hips, and say hi. Hopefully you're here when I get lunch. What time is it now? Oh, yeah, I'll probably be here for my anywhere. You see, it all depends on how I feel. But a minimum, I'll probably be here for the next 4.5 hours. Yeah, probably. Maybe even a bit longer, depending on how I feel. I tend to. My goal is 4, but I always go to 6 hours, and sometimes more. No problem. No problem. And thanks for stopping by again, Hips. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good one and enjoy your meal and stay safe. Bye. We couldn't go this big on the other one because of the lean-to coming from the other building rows. So we went with a more modest screening. And of course, I put stuff like Blade Runner, Pitch Black, those kind of sci-fi movies. So this is pretty modest. It's just 9-seater. On this one. Where this one here would be huge in comparison. This will have the same kind of look. But this will not be a theatre. This will be our bedroom, recreational area, like a kind of converted section. So that's what I'm intending to do here. I'll probably design it more like a kind of loft bedroom. Maybe even put a little kitchen in or something. But that's that's for later, you know. Still little things to fix on this. But I'll do it when I get here, kind of thing. And that's what we've got here at Starlight. This is shaping up to be my longest build. But in my defense, I've been taking my time and, chatting and doing tours as well. So, for every 100 hours I'd work on a settlement, you could write off a quarter of that time, let's say, for, maybe even a half in some cases, to chatting and doing tours and, stuff like that. But the building is only secondary. It's more about, let's say, here, chatting and conversation. Yeah, and that's how I've worked it so far. Oh, I've gone with three basic colours: purple, yellow, and green. And we can't change anymore. Although I have splashed a little bit of red here and there in decoration, but as long as it's not too much, we'd probably get away with it. Yeah, it's mostly about that, which was the way it always used to be. But let's say with some channels, let's say with kids streaming, it's mostly all about the game and that. Which kids, it's cool. Or I can understand, let's say, people that would have thousands of people watching would find it hard, to have a conversation. They would probably have to party chat with someone. It would be hard to pick out people individually, and have a conversation if your message board is going like, a mile a minute. But it's one of the benefits of being small, Now, one moment, my dog, I think there's something wrong with him. I think he needs something. Ah, there it was. Yeah, are you okay now, Rex? Oh, that poor doggy. Yeah, he got his claw caught in a quilt. You okay now? Yes, I know you're a good doggy. I'll have to get your claws trimmed. They're too sharp. Now, no problem, Rose. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. My dog, his claws are getting a bit long, and he got it snagged in something. Are you okay now? Yeah, you want to be careful in future. There's no need to panic. Yeah, I'll help you out, don't worry. There's no need to. And you too, Toby. You're a good dog. Yeah, that woke them up. He woke up Toby as well. Okay. I'm not even so sure about putting that stuff in there. I think we're better to go with green. The red is a bit, it's a bit light. The green wouldn't be too far away from it as well, I'd say. Or even blue. Although I'm not so sure about blue. Yeah, the blue might be okay as well, let's say, to match this. And the blue is not bad. I think the blue would be the one to go because it's matching this. All I'd have to do is change the settings. Yeah, I think we'll go with blue. It will give a little bit of context to the stuff we've done. Yeah, I think we'll go with blue. Ah, the heat. Humidity here is about 90, I'd say. If it's not 90, it's definitely in the late 80s. No. Okay. Oh, the silly settings. So, we don't want that. And the rest is okay. Now, and this is probably the best feature here. Well, we can keep the weather pretty calm. It works in every settlement except one here. Somerville Place. But it will not work in any of the DLCs, but I don't think anyone can get those DLCs, the weather conditions, right. Probably some kind of scripting. And it's essential, you know, you don't have bad storms or darkness when you're doing this. Now, let's give this a try. We'll go with blue. It will match. Whoops. It will match the roof. And then I'll see about the rest of this. And there's other things as well I could briefly try. You know, once we get this done, but for the time being, I think we go with this one. Now this is the one we've got to be careful of. We had a bit of trouble with this one. And that would be probably okay there. You see the likes of that. I'm gonna be pretty careful with this one. See what I mean? And this is what caught me before. Yeah. Can't believe this caught me again. No, I won't be able to grab this piece. Yeah, I've messed it up. I don't know if we can even use this properly. That's a pity. You know, we could have keeping it a bit lower. Oh, hang on. Just wrong, you see that? It's just shy. Just a tiny bit. I made exactly the same mistake before. You see, I'm trying to keep it neat. And we got this problem from the other side, so it might be the double over. The problem is if I push this here, it's gonna go like that. And that's not the way I want it to look, to be honest, but it might be the only way we're gonna get this. I think that's the way we're gonna have to sort it that way, guys. and then push the other one back to the same standard. Totally not what I want. And that would be where it would go. I suppose it's okay. But now you see we can't grab the other guy. You see what I mean? But we do have a load here. So, this is how we'll do it. We'll do the two. We'll do the top and the bottom first. And then we'll see. We'll have to drop it a tiny bit. And that in itself is going to cause a problem. You see, a large square is way too big and a half square is way too small, so I had to use 2 half squares, and it might be changing the direction of this a slight bit. The settings. Ooh, the heat here now is it's getting bad. I might have to take a second to open up some windows in a moment. There's also that kind of look, which I don't think kind of suits it, to be honest. I wanted to do something like that. This is the one I'm having problems with, so if I bring it low, you see where the X is, but what can I do? I'll have to chance that. Well, if I keep it like that on both sides, I think it won't look so bad. I just move this guy out of the way for a moment. Yeah, we could probably get away with that. As long as we keep it consistent. This is the problem. Oh, not too bad. I think we can manage it. I can sink this down in a second. Something like that, guys. That would do it, I'd say. No, it's much worse here. It's shooting up drastically. One moment while I just open this door. Oh my god. It's gone up maybe 20 degrees in the last 10 minutes. I can't open this large window out here. But it's temperate enough outside. But there's no breeze, you know. But that should bring it down a good few degrees. I need to get the air kind of recycling again. There. Now I'll open this window here as well. Excuse me, Rex. Oh, that's already open. My. There. That might bring it down a few degrees. No, it's the opposite here. Although that's brought it down a good few degrees. Ah, that's a lot better. You know, once you get some kind of circulation going. Yeah, that would work. We need little objects as well on that, but I think that would do it. Yeah, we'll settle for that, guys. Yeah, we'll settle for that one. It takes the eyes off the rubbish a bit. We'll just drop down our little cash register and then we'll start the other decorations. I've been anxious to get this little area out because it's being holding us up a little bit. There. Yeah, I suppose I could bring it out. Maybe. Might look a little bit better not to be pushed in. 80, 36. Oh. Ah. The humidity here is cruel. You know, it might not be that warm outside, but the humidity here inside, you know, no air conditioning. That has never been a thing here, air conditioning. But I think, let's say over the last few years we've been having. That might change. There. There we go. That looks a bit better coming out like that. Right. We'll settle for that. Decoration. Right. Let's go for decoration. I have a few plans for this one. I'm lucky we are higher up so we don't get a lot of humidity. Yeah, here. Here, it's kind of lowland, you know. But, you know, a small island, you know, plenty of light showers during the day, lots of sunshine, you know, warm nights. You're going to get a ton of humidity. But it's been like this for a long, long time. Like even here on Christmas, you know, and the winter season. You know, I remember every Christmas day, it's much the same. And have all my windows open and doors and stuff, trying to let the air through. Oh, hi Derp. Yeah, sorry about the ad, Derp. I have all my ads turned off. But there's a kind of policy, I think, with Amazon. You know, sometimes when you click onto a channel, they'll advertise some of their box sets or some series they're doing. That, unfortunately, I can't stop. Yes, that's something. The ads are not picking on you today. So it's a good day. Now, this is what I'm thinking here because it's kind of restaurant kitchen area. I have a plan, let's say. And this is the SOE rubber kind of mat, so we can just get them going. It would look like it belongs kind of in the kitchen area. Oh, I'm fine, thanks, Derp. And I hope you're doing well also. How have you been? And what have you been up to, Derp? So this is what I'm thinking, guys. This is USO. There. Clean. And this is the kind of SOE stuff. That would definitely work. Now there's a couple of ways we could actually do this. We could put one across here, where the till area is, and then come down. Or else we could do something a little different. We could make it a little different, do something like that, and then come down from that. That would in itself would cause a bit of a problem. I'm thinking more to this. Oh, it's not going to make a difference then which one really is it. Or maybe just this. Yeah, maybe just that. And we come straight down. Doing good. Oh, that's good to hear. Just working on some Fallout 4 builds. Oh, nice. Doing some Fallout 4. Right, so we'll try that. We'll just take the eye off this a little bit. Then we can decorate the tables and get it over and done with. If we find anything nice, then we can eventually throw it in. It's still subject to tiny changes, I suppose. Yeah, I'm still dealing with the heat here, Derp. The heat is okay, I can deal with the heat. It's the humidity at night that's a killer. Around 3 AM it really kicks in with a vengeance. I don't really mind the heat that much. You know, you get over that in the day, and then you have the night, which should be, kind of okay, but it's the humidity I can't deal with. The humidity is the killer. I'll fix this in a moment. Now, I wonder, would this be silly? Yeah, that would be kind of silly. Not that bad. Let's give it a try. I could change the settings in a minute to have a proper look at this. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we just have enough to get in. I'll have to change the settings to push that down. So this would have to come forward to this one here. And then we'd keep roughly about 1 square between each. 2 maybe, like that. And then we'd have, if we could, the 1 square on this, which would leave that. There. That would be something like that. That's not bad. That is it. Ah. So, we could do something like this, guys. And get it over with. I think it would work. It would make it look like a kind of kitchen area. This is kind of okay. I think we're good here. Yeah. Now, I don't think that would be much of a boon here. Not to mention the problems it would cause. I like this system here, you know, the original one. It's nice and original and clean. However, I might be able to get one across there, which wouldn't be too bad. Would match up this, and I think we'll be pretty much done on this. Maybe some kind of small terminal here high on the wall. I can get this done with. So I'd need 1 more of those mats, and then I'd have to set these in place. It would be our best approach to this. So we get this guy in. Just to cover that piece there. That is not bad. Let's see if I can get out and actually move that a bit. Perfect. There we go, guys. That solves our little issue there. Actually, you know what? It needs just to be a tad further. Just a tad. Looking over it, it's hard to judge. Just a tad. Ah, I see. There. There we go, guys. I think we got it. Would you believe it's exactly the same? It's a bit of a optical illusion when you're looking over it. It seems to be covering it, but it actually has to be brought back a little bit further. When it's in build mode, the edge is a little, it's hard to see. That's disappointing. The problem is we don't want it too far. That's good. That's good. That would work. There. Perfect. That's it. Okay, these guys. I just set them a little better. We need to keep them lined up as well. We'll have to concentrate more, let's say, on keeping these central and then moving that side piece if we have to, instead of the other way around. This one here will have to be kind of... Oh, we need the setting to keep it straight. This is really handy for that grid snapping. Now, oh, I forgot to check my my stream, guys. That's stupid and silly of me. We've been on 2 hours. I didn't even check. I shouldn't have to check, but Twitch has been a bit iffy. It's not been displaying me here on Fallout 4. There's a lot of players tonight. Oh, I'm on. Nice. I've been lucky. There. That gives me a chance to make sure the audio is okay as well. Now, so that there, as you can see, is about right. So, you're talking about that one there. Roughly. But there. You can see the problem here. Can't really go in because of this, but we'll have to chance it. We need the same kind of space if we can. You'd still get away with it. We could still... We wanted something about that distance.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, we can still live with it. Hmm. Now this guy. Just enough room to pass through. I mean, just enough room. There we go. Now, there's not much more to do, and we can always come back later and we'll find stuff. So, a decoration. This is a coffee shop. Unfortunately, no donuts. We've got cakes and stuff like that, but... Okay, we'll need tons of coffee cups. Well, that's a soda fountain. We could get away with that. That's our coffee machine. We've got tons of them in here as well. Right. Okay. The coffee cups are easy enough. There's ones with a kind of smoke animation. I think they added them in the update. So we need a few of them on the coffee machine just in front. Yeah, we could go with Far Harbor mugs, I suppose, but I don't think they've got the animation. Just the plain white ones. Oh. Now, where are these guys? Creative clutter, I think. And we go down to rooms. We go down to kitchen. I think it's in clutter. There they are. Black and white coffee. Ah, I see. What setting is wrong on this? Global collision. Right. And there's the heat spiking again. Stop it, Rex. Rex? Go to bed. Go to bed. There we go. This is black coffee. We don't want them too neat. Oops. Yeah, okay, I lied. We do need them neat. Oh, hi boys. How are you? Oh, just the usual. Yeah, just fixing up this. I got a few more additions on this and I'm doing the small details. It's my least favorite part because it takes so long. And working with just a few things, trying to get the best look we can on this. We managed to glitch a few things together just to kind of create a different look. But now we're starting to do, you know, the decorating inside. And yeah, it's kind of coming along. Now there's this as well, guys. So, how have you been, boys, and what have you been up to? Oh, why thank you, boys. It's fun, you know, putting it together. It's fun. There's this here. I don't know if we could fit it in, but you know, once the jukebox is in. Ah, you see what I mean? I know it's worth it. I would have to be there. It's a bit narrow for what I want. I could drop the whole system down, but I don't think it's worth it. It's too much. There's already that one there. And we've pretty much done all we're gonna do here. So, oh, some coffee cups on the table and see if we can get some stuff in. The seating is done outside as well, boys. That's the best we could do. I managed to do this, let's say, just to get this guy in. I think the jukebox kind of makes it, you know. It gives it a kind of a 50s feel. But just inside here is the only thing left, guys. I got these here as well to hide the little problem we're having in here. You know, overlaying stuff and you get that kind of rendering issue in the corner. So I just went over it with that, let's say with lights to match these. I'll raise these up as well so now we can walk without hindrance. But it's just the tiniest room to get through. If I even adjusted that mat, we couldn't get through the door. So we're kind of lucky. Oh, hi Chance. Hi, how are you? I hope you've been well. So now we're working on this little area. And I've got to work out, well, we can go with the Nuka-Cola stuff, I suppose. Might not be the worst. I covered the building as much as I could, to be honest. I don't think we're going to be able to cover it much more. And, you know, we just went with that kind of blue. I added that piece here, which kind of works. I'll hide the join, let's say, on these two pieces. But yeah, it kind of works. There's something else here. Tell me what you think, guys. It's gonna be a problem with this, but it's definitely worth looking into. I don't know how it would look. It might be the last piece we need on the counter. So bear with me on this one. And hang on, let me make sure I've actually saved this first. Don't know if it would work. Well, it's definitely worth a look. Doing well. That's good to hear, Chance. I'm running into my first albino scorpion in Fallout 3 this playthrough. Nasty, aren't they? But there's nothing like the death claws in New Vegas. They've always been a threat to me since I discovered a quarry. At very early stage, I would try to sneak down to the clinic, you know. Okay, let's save this. I'll show you. Unless it might not work. But it's worth a look. It actually might not work because I'm not sure the spacing between those pillars are exactly the same, and it would be, you know, really down to exact measurements. Depending. At a very early level, you know, when your weapons are pretty nasty. But once you get some decent weapons, but they tend to hang out in packs in New Vegas. They tend to hang out in packs. But I love going where I shouldn't be going at a very low level. But it's hard to stand into them, you know, like you can, let's say, in Fallout 4, and, you know, slug them. Now, let me show you this. It's more of a garden decoration, but let's see what I'm thinking of here. No. It's just a little too, I'd want one each side, and that's not going to work, especially when you think about the turn. That's a pity. Nah, worth a try. I think that's it then, guys. We can't decorate that anymore. Let's see what we've got. And let's look at the stuff we have. Creative clutter, rooms, kitchen, place settings. Coaster and drinks. A bit silly. Coaster and drinks again. But you got your coffee cup and it's not bad. It's not bad. I've seen worse. Okay, there's that. A drink. These are dining sets. I'm less into the dining sets, to be honest. You know? Yes, and higher stats. Yeah, than Fallout 3. But stat-wise, the albino scorpions are the toughest to cross. Yeah, yeah. But the small ones, and what are they called? Cazadors. They're a threat early on. You know, it's one thing dealing with the damage. It's the stupid poison. You know, you're at a low level. You might not have got any anti-venom, and you might be low on stim packs. And if you're playing in what I like to play, New Vegas, in hardcore, you know, even using those, it's a slow progression to get your health back. It's not immediate, but it makes it kind of fun, you know. Definitely makes it fun. Now, that's already got some. It's not bad. But there's something just not right about it. You see, it's a dining set, and that's like institute plate setting. Yeah, your water and your whatever it is. This is more like it here, but again, you know, it's a place setting. But the red kind of works. You know, if it can live with that, that would probably be the best one. I could add something to this, some kind of food or something. But the red kind of works. This is not bad, but there's something about the colouring of it. And that is just not right. So it will probably be this, just because of its sheer colour. I would have to change the settings to get them in, but that's the way I think we'll go. Luckily we won't need many. Six of them. We see there's some kind of bun or something we can put on this. Although I don't know why they'd need a napkin, knife and fork for it, but we're gonna work with what we have. Oh, four, okay. One here as well. So they're the ones we'll be using. No, I don't think with the settings we have we'll be able to get them straight, but no. Okay, we do it the other way. Right, here we go. Then we'll look for some kind of cake or something we'll add to that. A donut would be ideal, but the fork and knife, I wonder, no, I could put something over it, maybe. I'll hide it. We get away with it. Small detail. But the colouring is perfect for what I need. Oh. Oh, so far so good. Yeah. Okay, that would work on that side. Oh, hi PM. Hi. Looks good, this build. Why, thank you, Chance. Oh, thanks for that, PM. So how have you been? Oh, I've been fine, thanks, PM. I hope you've been well. So, what have you been doing with yourself? I hope you've been, keeping pretty good. But we're finishing, we're taking our time. We're finishing the coffee shop. It's taking a while, but we're getting there. I have a plan for doing these on the outside as well. Something I kind of noticed. Although I'll have to kind of reconsider because of these. But I won't know if I'm going to go with them. But they look pretty decent, you know, putting them like that. I see, is there an easy way to do this? But it's doable. It gives it a little bit, you know. Oh, you've been grinding for affiliate. Oh my, I must look out for you. Are you using Prime Minister Productions? I don't think I've spotted you on. Are you playing Fallout 4? Are you using that tag, Prime Minister? Maybe that's why I didn't see you. I remember an old tag. Or are you using a different tag? Prime Minister Productions. Here, let me jot that down. I've got some room here somewhere on this. Where is it? Yeah, I know I have some kind of writing paper. Here. I'll use this. Over here, this one would do. Prime Minister _ Productions. Yep. Perfect. Same tag, but I haven't played Fallout in months. Ah, and that's why I probably haven't seen you. I'll be sure to check your channel out once I stop streaming. And whenever you're back on, I can keep a check, and you know, if you're on, you know, I can give you a raid and see if we can get you up there. I think you only need 3, so it's you know, you just need a couple of good raids to just, you know, push it a little bit. Of FPS. Oh, nice. Okay, we need to sleep. I've got to write everything down, PM. My memory is literally like a sieve. That should do. And then we need some kind of food item so we don't have an empty plate. Preferably some kind of bun or cake or something. I don't know if I've got those. Oh, on this build. 7 days, 7 hours and 38 minutes, so 4 days is 96. So be 96 would be what? 192. Hang on. 4 days is 96. 96 and 24 would be 120, which would be 5. 168. 175. 175. I think. What was County Crossing? 240 or something? Yeah. This will be close to it. But this has always been a long build for me. You know, because getting around the buildings. It's always been a pretty long build. But I did one in 46 hours, Prime Minister. Got it finished. You know, as long as I didn't have the buildings to contend with, I get through it pretty quickly. Mostly foundational structure and it's flora. It's pretty handy to get through that. Hmm. Hmm. This is the part I absolutely hate, so I'll have to change the settings to get those. I just need to get some of them right and then, you know, work on the rest. That's about right there. Oh my. Yeah, okay. It's gonna be a bit of a nasty tour. It's something like that we're looking for, isn't it? Yeah, roughly. Something like that. Okay, a slight change again and we'll get the rest of these in. Now, the problem with this, we'll be able to push it in, but we can push it down too far as well. There's only 3 pieces, so... I don't like there's a ton of them. The heat here is unbelievable, PM. The humidity, I should say. There. And now this guy. There, one more. One more. There, I'd say. Looks to be about right. Okay, we've got them. Now, we don't want to go through that again, so we'll save it. So, that's that. There's little other things we can put on the inside and that, but let's see what we have that we could use on the plate. There's not a lot. I'm hoping I'll find something decent. My God, the heat. Where's my soda? Yeah, it's a little bit like a sauna. It is. And this is Starlight Drive-In. How much of this have you seen, Prime Minister? Yeah, it's Starlight Drive-In. Here, let me save it and I'll show you what we've done. I have some building stuff outside. Ah, I'll show you then. Now, this is just some junk I have because I'm still building, you know. But the vast majority of it is finished. It's just the tiny little small pieces I have, you know, got to go over again. And there's still some tiny few things I've got to do on this. I want to do this in a second, but I want to try and finish one area before I, you know, start skipping to the rest. It looks a lot better at night with the lighting. And this is a kind of walk-in. This is a little low to walk in. It's just for cars, you know. We haven't finished the bathrooms yet, but we got it all ready for the go, you know. And this will be a kind of a observation lounge, I'd say. Again, we've got it decorated. Oh, why thank you, PM. We still gotta decorate this. I've always liked the view from here. And the original drive-in was kind of UFO themed. So I kind of went with the same. So the cafeteria, I'll zoom in a moment. We named that the Little Green Men Cafeteria Coffee Shop. We also have 2 indoor screens as well. That's what I was most interested in doing here. And we still have the drive-in also. I just gotta finish decorating up here. It's a long build, I will say that. The gardens are something like this. You know, they go exactly all the way around on each side. So the gardens are kind of neat, tidy, you know. And I did a few of these. I was thinking about going in with these. They're from a Red Rocket piece, but they might work here. It goes all the way around. We have 2 screens. One is quite small, but the main screen is pretty big. Reason we have a small screen on this side is because of the lean-to coming from the building that we had to cover up. So it's just a 9-seater. And at night, you know, it looks a lot darker. And you've seen us working on the coffee shop. We've gone with the Sunset Sarsaparilla, kind of New Vegas theme. Hence the cactus. And because it's UFO themed, we went with the astronauts on these. And we've been working on the serving area, soda machine and coffee machine, and we just put some other stuff here just to fill up the counter. And then this is going up to the projector. There's just a tiny few things to do here. And of course, if you could ignore this junk I have here, this is our drive-in. We've got the lines of cars. I've used the original speakers and our main screen. We managed to enlarge a TV screen, which worked out quite good. I had one with moving pictures, but that doesn't enlarge. But I can understand why it would be complicated, let's say, to make a mod to enlarge those. They've got sound as well, so. The large theatre section is pretty much finished. It's just I've changed my mind on this rubbish. I'm going to seal this off and make a tiny, tiny bathroom, his and hers, each side. But this was simple enough to construct. Once I had the red drapes, I wanted to give it a kind of, late 60s, early 70s feel. Which was the only way I could go with what I have. I got it a few months back, Prime Minister. Yeah, the link should be coming up shortly. Yeah, at least it should be. I don't think I've got a link to this. It should come up. Let me see, did it come up at all on this? Let me just go back to this. That's funny. I don't see the link coming up. Yes, here it is. Wisebot. It's called Croc's Basque. My Discord server link at HTTPS. Yeah, the lighting. It should come up again in a moment. I'll name it out here anyway. It's here. I've got to scroll back. Where is it? Yeah, HTTPS and Discord, GGY and all. The little link thing. Do it at night, Prime Minister. Always do it at night. I'll show you this at night. But what you need to be using is yellow for outside, depending if you want a natural look. You can clash two colours, but always keep just 3 colours. If you pass 3 colours, you're kind of in trouble. You'll get away with 3 colours. And this is our balcony area. And that's pretty much what we've done on it. The purple worked here. I'll wait till dark and I'll show you what I mean. It might be a tad on the kind of colours are pretty vivid in SOE. There, about midnight. Oh, the indoor lighting. Yeah, it can. The colours tend to blend. I had some problems, especially when you're using coloured lights. So this is how I did the colours on this one, outside anyway. There's lights placed within the walls in certain areas to get that effect. Right here you can see it better in this larger one. But I'll go into build mode to show you. Let's say how many lights are actually placed to get this effect. And there's a lot of them. And that's only the ones you can see. There's much more hidden. You'll see them once I get into build. Well, the SOE ones at least. You see the lighting? Yeah, I've used the edge as a measurement system on my lighting. You can see the edge. You can get it pretty accurate using that. As long as the piece, let's say, have lines, you know, you can follow. And that's what shines up the drapes. And that's what I've done so far on this PM. And the green, obviously the green was a must because of the UFO theme. So, as I said, we call it a Little Green Men Cafe. I just added some lights to the head, so they're the Little Green Men. And the UFO in green also. That's about it. Which kind of worked, let's say, when I went with the cactus theme and the green neon in here. And the green inside, obviously, in the serving section. So, purple, green, and, let's say, yellow outside. Right, let's load this up. And we'll get going with this, and we'll see if we can get the decorating done on this one. So we're looking for something reasonable to put on the plates. 2 gigabytes, not a lot, is it, per AM, for mods? Especially, let's say, the mods are not that great. And if you do see 1 or 2 items you like, you've got to take a huge mod with maybe 150 pieces you don't want. So that's a problem. I think there would be demand for more specialized mods. Tiny mods, let's say, would maybe no more than 20 pieces. But having said that, you know, once you're using bits and pieces, let's say from the vanilla game, the mod would be quite big. So I suppose to look at it, they might as well put a lot of pieces in. Okay. Okay, we need something for the plates. I don't have a lot. But we'll see. Now, there's this. OC decorator. Dining, okay. Food. Okay, food. What have we got here? Blood bug steak. What is that? Cooked soft shell meat. Crispy squirrel bits. I wonder, have we any mystery meat? Death claw egg omelette. Death claw steak. Grilled red roach. Grilled red steak. Oh, we don't get any iguana in the game. I've always had a problem like that. You pick up this stuff, but there's no iguanas. Mylar cake. Mylar cake omelette. Mylar queen. More rat chunks. Meat and hand chops. Chops. Noodles. Egg rat scorpion. This is all kind of meat. More of the baked items, really, I was looking for. Oh, food paste. Ah, here we go. Perfectly preserved pie. It's not bad, but it's on a plate. That's a problem. And other sweet roll. Ah, that's not bad. Alright, who stole our sweet roll? Sweet roll is not bad. Oh, welcome back. I fell asleep again. No problem, Joe. Yeah, I'm glad that you managed to get some rest. Never apologize for getting rest, Joe. Sweet roll, guys. That doesn't look much like a sweet roll, does it? Yeah. You deserve some rest, Joe. You know, you've been putting in some long hours. Cat meat. Oh, I wouldn't be so cruel. That claw meat. Ooh, Milo egg. Sweet roll looks like our best. I pity there's no mystery meat, isn't there? Yeah, but that's the best, you know. Let's say if you're tired and you manage to drop off, even if it's only for an hour, it makes a big difference. It makes a big difference. Let's say when I'm desperate to go to sleep, I'll usually put on a documentary. It's the sweet roll, guys. I think it's most appropriate. Now let's see if we can get a sweet roll from our inventory. Other. And where, you see, there's no, it wouldn't be here. There's gotta be something in here that I don't think I've seen any food items. I have a ton of stuff I needed to do tonight now. Oh, tableware, cookware, pots, pans, other. See, this is the thing, guys, you know. I've never seen that in there, but it must be here. Where are we going to find the sweet roll? Well, well, it has to be in the houseware, cookware, tableware. Well, it's not in cookware, pots, pans, other. Houseware, appliances, stationery, other. Oh no. No, I don't think we have food items. Oh, hang on. It would be an aid, wouldn't it? Other. Here. What was it again, guys? We were looking for a sweet roll. Nah, you silly. Nah. We got mud chops. Mutant hound chops. Nah. That's a washout, guys. Maybe the bigger ones on PC would have had them. She was... I had a ton of stuff. I'm blaming it on my baby kitty. She can be so cuddly and curls upright beside my face and purrs me right to sleep. Ah, it is. She's so naughty, yeah? But me didn't run away with me. Ah. Ingredients, drinks, meat. What was it again, guys, we were looking for? Sweet roll. Yeah, you see. It's not here. Nah. Ah, that was a wash. Eh. Miscellaneous. Nah. No, okay. No sweet rolls. We're getting no sweet rolls. Let's see what we have in Creative Clutter. Yeah, we're getting no sweet rolls. Very naughty, yeah? Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, it'll give us more meat and all that stuff. It's the sweet roll. That's the killer. Okay, we forget about that. So, that's our only chance there. Food. Now, they're ridiculous. And the cookies won't work. They're on plates already. See what I mean? This is all we have, guys. The candle is killing it. Absolutely killing it. Oh, that one. No, the blue one. Okay, we'll go with these. Oh, what's a little candle, I suppose. I'll set them in a moment. Right, we're going with those cupcakes. On my time, yeah. And it'll work on. Oh, nice, the floor beds. Yeah, we'll definitely have to change the settings to get these ones in. There. So we're going with cupcakes. Well, I missed the big stuff that you can get done quickly. The candle itself. There. We get a rough position, I'd say, for this. There. That's what we'll do. It's about our only chance. The heat, yeah. There's something else I might be able to try on this in a minute, but we'll see. On the pillars, let's say. Ah, come on now. There. Okay, that's one side. $99. Oh my god, it cooled down to 99. We had a freak summer last year, and I think the high was 96. Ah, it is, it's way too hot. Oh, silly me. No wonder. It was looking a little off. There. Phew, this heat. Oh, hi, Dan. I'm at Starlight Drive-In, Dan. I'll just set these two last pieces, and I'll show you what we've done. We're doing this on Xbox, and we're using some free stuff from Bethesda.net. I don't use any Creation Club stuff, so you know all this is available for free. There's some modders who make some modded pieces and you know give their services for free. Pretty much save the game really. I just do this last one, and there's still a lot of decorating to do in this. I know. I'll give you a little tour. Give me a break from doing this. Not my favourite part of decorating, to be honest, but the decorating really is 2/3 of a build. You know? You gotta be pretty accurate with it, because you know, if it's just a tiny bit out, it can spoil everything. Ah, I was wondering. Yeah, it was just a little high. There. Now let me save this, and I'll show you what we've been doing. So, this is Starlight Drive-In. We're using Xbox. We're using mods like Snappy House Kit, USO, SOE, decorating mods like Better Stores, Not Your Average Neon Creative Clutter. We use one light scrapping mod. It gets rid of some trees and bushes, but it cannot get rid of buildings, so we build around them. And thanks for following, Dan. I appreciate it. And welcome. Is that a quest you're working on? So, this is Starlight. You've got to ignore this clutter here I've been building, so I will be scrapping those quite shortly. Now, that's an ordinary TV screen from SOE, but I have a mod called Place Anywhere that helps me a lot. It can resize certain objects, but not a lot. About 5 or 6 things in my inventory. Luckily enough, the TV was one. But we went with the original UFO team for Starlight. The last time I was here, I used the USO, and I built a large casino. This time we're going with kind of more of original build. I'm not finished here by a long shot. There's a few things I've got to do on the front here. And this looks a lot different at night, let's say, because of the lighting. So that's for our cars. Not enough for us to walk through, so let's say a walk-in entrance here. Cars again. Hence the kind of signs we've done. We've still to decorate the bathrooms and the observation lounge. But we've got a good start on these, just to put the pieces in. The large building is still here, and so is that kind of garage area. So that's why it's taking us so long here. So we still got to do these ones. But we're struggling on the cafeteria, but we will finish. The gardens go around. The trees are from USO, and most of the plants. So, just each side like this. And once you get trees around the settlement, it kind of makes it, to be honest. Without the trees, this would look pretty sparse. We use the smaller guys in here. They're the original speakers from here. Just lined up some cars in front of the large screen outside. And the likes of the beds and these other things I'll be scrapping later. We covered this over. We went with the UFO team on this. So we call the cafeteria the coffee shop, the Little Green Men, as you can see from the signage. These being the Little Green Men, obviously. A UFO on top. We also have two screens, covered screens. This is the largest one. We did a lot of work with the lighting, so this place looks a lot different, let's say, at night. This I'm not happy with. I'll be doing 2 tiny bathrooms, I think, here. So this is theatre number 1. We still have a bit of decorating to do, but not much. We've done the nasty stuff. I'm thinking about using these, on the outside. It's a bit sparse. And this is our balcony area. Well, the other screen is quite tiny. It's just a 9-seater. The reason being, there's a lean-to from this building here that we had to cover over. Impossible to do anything with. So it just left us room for a tiny screen here. As I said, it's just a 9-seater. And this will be our bedrooms here. Eventually. It's designed exactly like the theatre, but there'll be a conversion. We'll make it kind of like a loft bedroom. We'll have our floor here, nice stairs going down, and I'll make it a kind of small recreational area and see what I can do. I'll think of something to fill it up. But still a good bit to go on this one. Every time I think I've finished an area, I come up with a new plan. And it keeps growing. This was quite hard to do, to get around the sign, but we got lucky. And then let's say how it looks at night, Dan. And then that will complete our little tour. Midnight is probably the best time. Oh, why thank you, Dan. We've been about 170 hours on this one. This is one of the long ones. Although I have completed settlements in less than 46. It all depends on how big it is and if there's buildings there or not, or if I build buildings, But if you build buildings on a settlement, it will take way longer. If there's buildings already there, you've got to disguise, it'll take way, way longer. And if you've got a big settlement that needs a lot of decorating and a lot of buildings to cover, it's taking a lot of time. So this is the colouring we went with. 3 main colours: yellow, purple and green. So the lighting can make a big difference as well. You just gotta ignore the rubbish I have there that I'll be scrapping shortly. I just leave it there because it comes in handy while I'm working. And then I don't know how many settlers we'll bring in. I'll assign them to various tasks. But here I would say maybe 15 to 20. 20 would be my absolute maximum, you know. It's hard to deal with that many settlers. And that's what we've done on Starlight so far. You'd go here. Ah, nice. And that's what we've done on that one. So, what I do is, because I've moved outside my build area, let's say the cell, if I want to refrain from getting bugs, I just load up from where we left off and we'll be ready to go. So I've done other settlements like King Solomon's Mines, or my version of it at least, the White House, Alcatraz, a cultist settlement, a Red Rocket Team biker bar, a huge one at Nuka World, a kind of institute meets Jurassic Park. What else did we do? A huge medical centre at County Crossing. We did our little take on Bates Motel, you know, the Norman Bates psycho movie at Croup Manor. We did a few bills. I had many, many more. I lost 14 due to a cloud bug with ZeniMax. Something got to do with the servers they were renting from Microsoft. It happens when they mess about, you know, with Creation Club stuff in the engine, even though I haven't got the pieces. Yeah, what we did was we did a huge institute tower, institute style, scientists, all of that, right in the center, and a huge kind of pen areas around with large animals like deathclaws, large super mutants, mutant hounds, rad scorpions, you know, like a kind of penned area, and walkways above where scientists will be taking notes, labs and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So it kind of reminds me of like a testing facility. Like a kind of testing facility. I don't really know what I'm going to build until I get there, and then I get to plan. And thanks for lurking, Joe. I hope you manage to get a good rest and have a great day tomorrow. Take care and stay safe, Joe. Bye. No problem. I hope you managed to get some good sleep. Yeah, you've probably put in some long hours today. So this is what I like to do then. And you too. And stay safe, Joe. Bye. But yeah, it keeps me occupied. We went for the kind of New Vegas feel on this one. You know, the sunsets, that's brilliant. The cactus, and then the green neon, which kind of works with, you know, the outside. Try and keep 3 colours if I can, although I made an exception inside here. Oh, my controller batteries are low. Yeah, let me plug in my charger. There. Nice, I've got a plug and play in now. Yeah. Hi, Rock. Hi, how are you? I hope you've been well. How have you been keeping? So, yeah, something like this. We went with the kind of Nuka-Cola thing. We used the VR stuff on the roof, and I still have to do a little bit of decorating in here. obviously a coffee machine, and that's from the Vault 88 DLC. We managed to cover in the stairway, and this is the projector room. So I thought it would be best to go with kind of like a computer system, and this is a speaker which I thought would, a microphone which would go in well with the speakers down in the drive-in, like announcements and that. And yeah, this is what we've done so far. But we're at the decorating stages, Dan, so it's tedious. But it is the small decorations that make or break a settlement. Hmm. So, how have you been keeping, IROC? So now we're doing this. And it's not just decorating, you're deciding what looks best. It would be easy to just smack in whatever came to hand and quite quick. But let's say a little bit more decoration out here. And a tiny bit more inside will can be finished in this room. We only need minimum decoration, let's say out here. And a few things I've got to fix. Oh, maybe some signage on the walls that I can push here and there. And that would probably work. It would probably work quite well. So minimum. You know, just some seating. And some posters on the wall going around our little walkways. Here, some seating again and some posters. I think that would do it really. Maybe a vending machine on each side here covering that. Most likely a vending machine. That I'll have to reset. Then I'll have to come up with a system to cover this. Don't know what I'll do. I might go with a large sign here instead. So I've got a little problems I've got to work out. Just took it easy today. Ah, that's good. Seen Goonstead. Ah, chiropractor. Yeah, there's nothing worse than back problems. That I can definitely relate to. I've been thinking about these as well, Dan. It's just a little finishing touch I think I need on the outside, but they're tedious to place. Very tedious to place. There's no snapping, we'd have to force them in. But they tend to snap in places we definitely don't want them to snap, so we'd have to probably force pieces in a way to get them to the position we want. But we're still considering that. But I think that would be the way to go. Now, let's load this up and we'll see if we can get this main area done. It's been taking us quite some time. Now, just a few more here. It's still a bit sparse, but we've got to be careful not to clutter it out too much. So, let's see. There's a variety of things we could do here. So let's go around and let's see if we can. Now, well, there's the obvious. We could run down with green on that, but I'm not sure that would look good. You know, something like something like running one of these down every pole. But I'm totally not convinced that would be the way to go, you know. I don't think so. Now, I couldn't put a cactus on this. Well, I'm up to just look at it anyway, you know. Which would be those guys, and I think that would be way, 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 way too much. No, that wouldn't work anyway. That wouldn't really work for me. So, I could put green lights, but it would blend the lighting too much, I'd say. They're an SOE. Hmm. Hmm. Much like gingers, they snap when you don't want them to. Either. Yeah. Or wives. Ah. SOE, where is it? Yeah. Now, these are iffy. There's the green guys. Now, it would be easy enough to add these guys, but I think it might be a step too far. You know? Not the worst, but I think just too much green. It's not so much about the green, it's how it looks, really. And that's a lot of lights, you know, to be adding. And it's definitely worth looking into. You know? We would obviously have problems here. You know, turning some of these. Well, it would be something like that. I will admit they do need a little something, but I don't think that's the solution. We don't want to flood this with light. That's the last thing we want to do. Okay. So, there's another thing we could use. Where did I see this? Now, isn't that more like it? Napkin holders. And that would give us the last touch we need. And it kind of works with the colouring. I think that's the last touch we need. I've heard it all now in Irish menu things. There's too much green. You can get too much of anything. You can definitely get too much of anything, iRock. Especially green. We'll probably have to change the settings a small bit, but let's say we go with that. It will give us an accurate measurement. Kind of. Although some seem to be setting a little closer than others, I think. See what I mean? So I think we keep them close. Like that. I might have to change the settings for a few of them, but I think that would definitely work. That would be the last of that. I might need a little touch inside. Middling. I think I got about 4.5 hours, although I didn't get them continuously. I had about 3 hours. I was up for a while, and then I think I dozed off for about an hour and a half. So pretty normal, what I'd say. Oh yeah, it's like I've never slept well, even when I was, before my injury, I was always a light sleeper. My injury devastated my sleep cycle, and I was working out with just almost half. I kind of adapted to that IROC, but at least I was getting the 4 to 5 hours together, if you know what I mean. But now with this heat, I just can't, you know, the humidity in that. So I wake up every hour, every couple of hours. So, you can get, let's say, enough hours in, but if you don't get them continuously, together, you don't get any good, decent REM sleep. You know what I mean? Hopefully, yeah, hopefully. But I can function on this, strangely enough. I probably do sound, but the humidity as well, it's taking the air from my lungs, so it's probably, affecting my voice as well. But there's nothing we can do about Mother Nature, I suppose. Now, the grid setting thing is pretty decent if you're doing things in a straight line, but for this, I just move them in, get them straight. Well, it's not even straightening it up on that. That will have to be done by hand. But extremely handy in some circumstances and a problem in others. Now, it all depends on this setting. We get them in, then I think we have enough here, guys. Yeah, I think we have enough. Now you're getting it, yeah. And add that to, you've already got sleep problems, and let's say you were always a light sleeper to begin with. Like, exactly. It's like breathing in a sauna. You're breathing, but there doesn't seem to be enough oxygen in the air, Just doesn't seem to be enough oxygen. Well, I'm a smoker as well for the last, oh my god, probably almost 4 decades. So I would say my lung capacity is probably half of what it should be. So it's twice as bad for me. Not bad, I think we can make this one work. Whether it wants to or not. Yeah, that's the way we go, guys. See, I've got to use my character to straighten this, because if I use the triggers, it moves it too much. And this, strange enough, is the quickest way to do it. We just gotta be patient. There. So, how's the weather been for you, Rock? Probably hot and humid also. There. And just the other side. If we had more pieces, we could do something more, but with 2 gigabytes and X, but you'd probably have to switch to PC. It would kind of take the fun out of it, to be honest. You know, if things were too easy. It's like playing a game, let's say, with your character already maxed out. There. And just these guys and then... oh, you see? I have to change the settings on that one. The doc on the Scottish News said something about the density and weight of... oh, in our lungs. Yeah. Yeah, scorching it'll let me. I find it hard to function in this kind of weather, but I think everyone does, you know? Regardless, you know, if you never had sleep issues, you're gonna have them in this kind of weather. Yeah, we'll have to change the settings on this. This is the weird thing about this settlement. A different side has kind of different reactions. Certain physics on, well, for lack of a better word, in one tiny area in the settlement might be different than the other. Here, that helps it, but it causes another slight problem, but for a couple of pieces should be easy. Yeah, I think that the napkin holders are perfect. Just need something on the pillars just to distract a little bit from them. Fill the rest of our table. I have some food trays. I might use on the inside maybe. And that's it. No problem, Lady Grey. And thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Take care and stay safe and have a good one. I was working on Wisebot. After a while, you know what I'm like. I figured out how to get a kind of lurk command working. So the lurk command is I used the same trigger, let's say, as everybody would use. Exclamation mark lurk. You know. So I'll work on a shout out one next. That one might be a little bit more complicated. It's taken me a while to learn. And then maybe a raid one, something that would give a shout out on a raid. I would only be, let's say, allowed 3 commands, I think, on the bot, and they would be the 3 I would pick. So take care and stay safely, and I hope you get a good rest and have a great day tomorrow. All the best, lady. Bye. But I suffered with it for about 4 hours and eventually figured it out. It's not as easy as they try to make it seem. Well, for me at least. But then again, I suppose when it comes to IT, I'm kind of prehistoric. Well, not kinda. Definitely. I think I said it before. Like, me and IT, we don't really get along, and explaining stuff, let's say, about more advanced stuff, to me, let's say, about IT, would be kind of akin to trying to explain Bitcoin to a medieval peasant farmer. I've never used PCs or anything like that. I suppose, in a sense, I didn't miss much. There. And there we go. That's it. That's the outside, guys. That's the best we're gonna get it. Right. Happy enough with that. Okay. Oh, wrong one. There. Now we'll save here. There. Okay. No, same here. It just gets worse. But here, then it can drop drastically in 15 minutes by about 20 degrees. And then alternatively do the same shoot up the same way. So I think we're going to get a lot of colds, you know, and flus in this country because of it. Devereux. Ah. Sounds Canadian, doesn't it? That name, I think it's, what's the name of that state? That would be kind of prevalent in. The Mardi Gras state. Which one is that? Oh, my North America geography is not that good. Louisiana, is it? Yeah, the French sector. Or used to be, let's say, a couple of centuries ago. Yeah. Now, here, this is a major problem for me, but what can we do? I'll see if I can use something to tray of food or something, you know? Your last post. Oh, sorry. Only bloke I knew that it never seemed to phase. Oh, was it French? Ah, oh God, sorry. Creole Cajun. Yeah, who grew up in the Black Cypress. Oh, Louisiana. I see it now. Okay, well, at least I was right. That's something. It's a consolation. No, I didn't see your last post. That's a habit I have. I read from the bottom. I'll have to stop that. I'll have to definitely stop that. Yeah, but I think the humidity they get down there with the swamp, you know, would be something unreal. So if you're born into that, yeah, I don't know if could you ever get used to that, but let's say you'll be better suited and adapted to it, I suppose. But yeah, I've come across the name before. Obviously French. There's a good few French. Well, I won't say a good few. There are some French names here. You know, let's say because of the Normans. Yeah, yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, never experienced it, but I've heard it. But in that case, then its elevation would be probably pretty high. You know, with a thin atmosphere. Ooh, my, a mile above sea level. Well, put it this way. If the global warming starts and we start to get flooded, they're pretty safe. Yeah, and that's one good thing, isn't it? Well, that's good, yeah. A mile above sea level. But I'd say, let's say, people from, let's say, areas, let's say that would be sea level, would find the atmosphere hard too. Yeah. Like, let's say, like climbers, you know, when they're doing some mountain climbing. The higher they get, they need oxygen. Or I reckon, let's say, if they did start a colony on Mars, um, you know, the population would probably get used to it. The weightlessness would be a problem. I know that you get, let's say, bone density problems. Now, there's some planets we'll never get to, let's say, would have maybe a gravity of maybe 2.5 times, 2 times the gravity of Earth. So if you did get settlers there, if you could terraform it, um, within X amount of generations, there would be, let's say, if they came to this planet, it would be much stronger, you know, because, you know, that gravity holding you. That's what I say. In the Rocky Mountains, yeah, so they'd be up high. No, it's pretty flat land here. Would you believe I haven't got a clue how far we are above sea level? Not a lot. Now, what did I do with my Q-tip? Croc. Ah, here it is. Yep, I've got an itchy ear. I shan't be a moment. But I remember reading some stuff on gravity effects, and if we did, you know, colonize other planets, and if you had humans, let's say, that would have been born on that planet due to its gravity for so many generations. But that's theory, isn't it? Oh, is that what it's called? Ah, not exactly the superpowers. This is more, let's say, science-based. If you were born on a planet with maybe twice the gravity of Earth, so you'd have more pressure pushing on your body. Your body would be much stronger. You'd be moving around normally, let's say. And then if you came to Earth with not so much gravity, you'd feel stronger and faster. It's like if you were doing a 6 mile hike, IROC. You know how you'd wear the backpack and it'd fill it up with weight for training, I'd say. I think the military do it as well, don't they? You'd have to carry some really heavy kit, and you had to do a 6 mile hike up a mountain, yeah, which would be very grueling. And then let's say, imagine how easy it would be. Well, one won't say easy, easier, if you didn't have to carry that kit. Something like that, you know? But imagine, let's say, that kit was your normal thing, and you could cope with that, let's say, like a person here on Earth would cope with, let's say, carrying nothing. You know, you'd have what's the word I'm looking for? Well, you wouldn't have that restriction. I reckon you could move faster and freer. Well, it's probably down to the physical part of it. You would be much stronger. Hmm. Yeah, which in theory then would only make you, let's say, 12 times stronger than the average human. You know, how that would even work in reality, you know, to someone that would look like a human, I would imagine would 12 times the gravity uh, be some kind of silicon-based life forms, you know. But it's within the realms of possibility for twice or three times, I think, the gravity, you know. But it would only be, let's say, you would be naturally stronger because, from birth, you'd probably have mutations as well to cope with it. You would be born stronger. Hmm. But you're talking about a lot of generations, you'd have to, evolve, I suppose. But conceivably within maybe 30, 40 generations, you know, then you'd introduce that. But then again, you don't know the effects, let's say, of a lighter gravity long term. Interesting. I didn't look much into it, but I did read some books and looked at some documentaries and that. And let's say the practical side of it, based on what we know. But yeah, there is a few sci-fi movies that kind of touched on that as well. But I suppose the best way of explaining it would be that hike. You'd have two guys, let's say, doing a hike. Um, One, let's say, from um, a planet, let's say twice gravity, and one from Earth. Both of them would be wearing the backpacks. I think the other guy would get it hands down. To him, it would be just normal. Yeah, well, it's a combination of a lot of things. The strength we had was necessity. Now we don't have that kind of necessity, you know. But we're not going to change much. Um, as far as I know, there's a thing called a T cell. It's pretty ancient. We still have it, apparently. It's dormant. It's what got us, let's say, from being, um, well, you know, different, let's say, even microscopic to where we are today. A combination of genetic mutation and, of course, survival of the fittest kind of thing. But if we are to change from here, I think it would have to be from our own hand, IROC. We'd have to play God, in a sense, whether it would be some kind of cybernetic implant, some kind of brain enhancing computer, or we'd have to mess about with our DNA, which is not a good idea, you know? While the survival of the fittest thing now has been taken care of it, you know?
It would have to be genetic manipulation. That's a dark, slippery road to go down, Rock. So, let's say even sci-fi movies have touched on that. Take one, for instance, one of the old Star Trek movies. I think it was the second one, The Rat of Khan. You know, where you made people physically stronger and more intelligent, and then they looked at the rest of the population like ants. Had a kind of god conquering complex. You get enough of those people together, and you've basically made a master race. Yeah. Then there's the other situation where, let's say, you could make them smarter. You could make them, let's say, more intelligent. Let's say it worked out. Remember, you're playing with something that, it's taken billions of years to get here. So you've changed it overnight. So who knows? Maybe in 1,000 generations, certain problems would start to, would start to crop up. We might become infertile. We might only live a few years. Who knows? Who knows? We don't really know. It's a long period. It took a long period, let's say, to get here from a single cell organism to where we are. We'll never understand fully, let's say, how it was done. Yeah, we can change it. But should we? Food. Now, there's this junk as well, but I'm not really that interested in that stuff. Where did I see that other stuff? We can come back and find it after, providing I can find it. But we can't kind of overdo it with the junk. We can't really come across with these. I think I actually might leave this, Because even if I found the guys I was looking for, I'm not sure if they'd, really work out that well. Oh, here they are. Yeah, I see there is. Yeah, it's still not gonna really make a difference. Maybe just make it worse. Yeah. I've thought about it to myself a few times. Like, let's say, the consequences of doing that might not be apparent straight away. You know what I mean? It might take 1,000 generations to kick in. It was a miracle that we got to where we are, and we had probably countless lucky breaks in between. You're unraveling a lot. You might think you might understand something, but, we might be totally wrong. Science is in constant change, depending on the new stuff we learn and, observable fact, and that. Like, there was a time when science thought the world was flat, things like that. So it's been changing as we get more information and that. So that's the nature of science. So to think that we know what we need to know, go messing with that, is silly. I'm sure if that kind of science was available 500 years ago, they would have been considering it as well. And we would consider the people, let's say, of 500 years ago to be a bit dense. And I'm sure the guys in 500 years' time, if we're still around, we'll consider our theories and that to be pretty silly. Hmm. There was some, yeah, there was some popular guys, but it wasn't, yeah, it wasn't mainstream. But if you go back to, I'm talking about some seriously old times. I remember the sailors would mutiny on ships. They said if they travelled too far out on the sea, they would fall off the edge. But it was a pretty popular theory. Like you're talking about, if you take all classes into account, Mikey, probably 70 to 75% of people would have thought that way. But I'm going back to really, old times. There's still people today that believe that, but they would be a tiny minority, you know, a tiny minority. Well, I believe it's round. I've never seen it for myself, but all one has to do is look into space. All of the planets are spherical, much like a kind of pressure. It's like when you're underwater, when you release an air bubble, when pressure is from all sides, everything will form a sphere, a kind of ball. Unfortunately so, Mikey, it is. Unfortunately so. On the Adam and Eve story, about two people populating the human race with all the interbreeding. That said it would require, oh yeah, extremely improbable. They reckon that the human population we have today, in Europe at least, would have been seeded by probably a small tribe of about two-ish hundred. Yeah. I think you would at least need a base of about 100 people. Maybe 60 females, 40 males. Each female would have to have kids by maybe 3 to 4 different dads to make a workable base, you know. But even that would have repercussions, I suppose. Hmm. I've been all over the planet in my military days. Cool. 6 continents of 54 countries. And I've never seen a drop off. Hi, Mike. Hi, how are you? Yeah. Yeah, well, we're talking about the old theories the sailors used to have. It was quite common up until. Wasn't Magellan? Didn't those guys want they going to turn on Magellan, the great explorer? They wanted him to almost mutinied. They wanted him to turn back. They said they were going out too far to drop off the edge of the earth. And eventually he found land. Yeah, but that's going back, like, let's say, to, probably the 1500s. It was kind of popular, let's say, on the guys on the sea. But going way back before that, it was a popular theory. $10,000, yeah. Yeah, about 10,000. Yeah. Well, now, I suppose. Because the 10,000 people you would be working with now, suburban move, would have been, let's say, the descendants of the 200 or so, small tribe, that probably seeded everything. So you'd be working on, bits and pieces of those. But I remember watching some of the BBC documentaries, and they were theorizing on, the migration, let's say, and the population of certain countries.
And I think through DNA testing, it worked out it could have been anywhere from 150, I think, to 300 would have been the original tribe. Yeah. But they would have all been descendants, the ones now, let's say, from those guys. I think, as far as I know. But yeah, you'd want a huge base. I remember one particular, it was a sci-fi series. I think it was Star Trek. And they were transporting these people. They lived like medieval times. And they wanted to populate or something, colonize the planet. So they worked out the odds of it. But that was just science fiction. What do we need here? There's no way we're going to cover that successfully. So I think we'll leave this. We'll just add some coffee. Oh, what's this? Yeah, okay, some more coffee cups. Maybe around that. And then we'll leave it here. I think this will be good. I might be able to run a Nuka-Cola sign. Well, not really. Across this or something. Maybe a little bit of neon. It would help. And we will be able to get it then. Something like that. My memory, is not, let's say, 100% on it. I remember watching some documentaries. I suppose the truth is, we'll never really know. Again, you see, it's science and it's their best kind of guess. But they reckon, let's say the guys, I think it was a BBC documentary. Don't quote me on this because I'm not sure. I would always admit when I'm not sure. And even if I was sure of what they said, I would be assuming they were right. Which, who knows. But from what I've heard, they reckon, let's say, from a certain main tribe, about 200 broke off and kind of headed this way. But I think it was one of Bethany Hughes' documentaries about certain migration patterns. But I suppose it's their best guess. There's other explanations. There's some that would say, let's say, that the human population all migrated from Africa. There's others that would claim that, let's say, there might have been a few that kind of appeared simultaneously. The truth is, we'll probably never really know. There's some that say the Neanderthals died out, and there's some that say that they just got assimilated and, interbreeding. Who knows? But I definitely wouldn't be sure. I will be the first to admit that. But pretty fascinating, I've watched a lot of... What's the word I'm looking for? Theories on that. But it does make interesting conversation. But yeah, I suppose logically it kind of fits in. Let's say assuming, and it's a big assumption, that they were absolutely correct, it would have been a tribe of about 200. We would have been the descendants now, let's say from the original tribe. So, yeah, it would obviously take a lot more now than 200, you know? Yeah, it would be well into the thousands. Then there's genetic engineering. I'd say if we were to colonize something, they would use genetic engineering. It would probably be a small group, I'd say maybe in cryostasis. They would probably have some kind of embryos or something they would bring. Hmm, probably something like that. But I really don't think we'll get to that stage. I'm sure that we'll mess something up before we start to go out and colonize the rest of the star system. Judging by our past history, at least. Oh, and sorry, and how have you been, Wolf? I hope you've been keeping well. It's kind of like our current climate change, yeah. We still really don't know. Exactly. Yeah. All we're doing is our best guess. Science is always, a best guess. Well, some, let's say, are really good guesses. But yeah, science is always subject to change, depending on what we learn. And that's, I think, its strong point. You know. Yeah, and there's the volcanic ash blocking out the sunlight. Yeah, yeah. The same, let's say, would be said of a nuclear winter, I suppose. But there is, let's say, provable evidence we did have super volcanoes and stuff like that. Some apparently quite recently. There was a time there was some eruption, I think, back around the Bronze Age, I think, here, that basically blacked out the sky for over 20 years. You know? That was pretty hard. I heard. It fell off, let's say, a good bit of the population. Apparently there was another one sometime after the Ice Age. But I reckon the human population here in Europe came pretty close to extinction at one time. Again, they're probably guessing. But pretty fascinating. But I suppose, in the ways the universe works, we don't really know a lot. Tiny fraction of what's out there that needs to be known. I think there's stuff out there that's beyond our comprehension. What are we doing? Oh yeah, we're going to have a look at this. Let's see if we can do the last few little pieces to brighten this up. And then we should be done. But I do know one thing: in this country we weren't built for this kind of humidity. As far as I'm concerned. Yeah, it is kind of, yeah. But a lot we know from, let's say, the planets beyond our reach would have been, let's say, from analyzing, small meteorites and stuff. All the weather stuff as well, yeah. Meteorology. And that's a hard one to predict. Maybe not for extreme weather, you could probably spot that one. The green, not so much. The blue, yeah, more like it. I don't think 2 would do it, would it? I hope it does. Maybe we might get lucky. Oh, we definitely want it up a tad. Let's say there. Okay, I could live with that if we can get the other one in. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, and that would be it, and we just get a few of those on. Yeah, I'd like to be out of this area. There's still so much to do on this. Ah, now that could be a little problemo. Might not work. See the inside one, a little dodgy. I'm sure if we can get one and push it at a level. Can't see with this stupid coffee machine. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, okay. We'll go with something like that. Yeah. And then one more here and we're done. And hi, Royale. Thanks for following. I appreciate it and welcome. Yeah, we're fixing up Starlight Royale. We're just trying to kind of fancy it up a little bit. I'm doing this to kind of blend in with the roof and just take that mean look from this. There. Yeah, okay. A few cops and that's it. I'm off to bed. No problem. I rock. And thanks for stopping by and chatting. I appreciate it. Take care and stay safe, I rock. Bye. And have a good rest. Yeah, that's it, guys. I think that's it with the decorating here. That's okay as well. Maybe some. This is some kind of dispenser. Yeah, I'll put some kind of glasses or cups around that. That would be it. Glasses, I'd say. Yeah, that would do. I think we've done it on this. My pleasure, iRock. And you too. Take care. Bye. Oh, my silly earphones is making my ears pretty itchy. I've been using Q-tips to scratch my ears, but that's definitely not a good idea. But oh, this is a very persistent itch. It's the humidity and the heat, and the earphones are pretty heavy. Ah, that's a bit better. But not a good plan, guys. You'll easily get an ear infection. So, yeah, a few glasses or something. See if we've got tumblers here somewhere. Where will we have these ones? Oh, creative clutter, really. No, it's just mostly coffee cups here. Nah. Oh, okay. Kind of interesting. I've seen some other ones of these somewhere. Not really suitable, are they? More of a bar glass thing. Glass pyramid. Yeah, okay, we'll go with these. We'll put them each side of that. We'll see how they work out. So, how has your day been, Wolf? And how's the weather treating you where you are? As I was saying to the guys here, it's pretty hard to deal with, you know, the humidity. We're just not equipped for that kind of humidity here. What I'll do with these is I'll push them right in, I'd say. You know, like that. Something like that. I get this one in. Maybe I have to turn it a little bit. And they would, yeah, pretty much. There. I think that would work. So, might need a couple of things here. Okay, what could we use? Okay, that's why I hate about this decorating shenanigans. I don't have a lot of stuff, so it's hard to, we could have a serving tray, I suppose. Something each side of that. Just the bottom of the counter, and that would do. Oh, yeah, we got tumblers on that, that's okay. What mods am I using to make this settlement? I'm working on Xbox Royale. What you see here is mostly Snappy House Kit Xbox. These chairs are from Creative Clutter. That's a decorating mod. And most of this stuff is from Creative Clutter. You know, the plates and stuff. I'm sure those Cappy seats are from another mod called SOE, which would be Settlement Objects Expansion Pack. That's SOE as well, the ground mats. SOE for that. The neon signs are from Better Stores, Xbox. These mannequins are from USO, Unlocked Settlement Objects mod. SOE for those signs, the wallpaper, the flooring, the carpet. They're all what's that mod called again? My brain is starting to break down. Okay, I'll have to go into build mode to find this mod. But 3 main building mods and about half a dozen decorating mods. You know, we only got 2 gigabytes here, so I've got to make the best of it. Oh, Snappy House Kit, that's the one. Yeah, they're from Snappy House Kit as well. USO, I think on the drapes. Creative Clutter on that. This is USO, I think, and Creative Clutter. Creative Clutter for the lighting. And I think the signs are USO. All of that is Snappy House Kit. That's vanilla, that light there. And so is that. USO outside. Let's say on the trees. Most of what you see is Creative Clutter. USO on the cars, and that's a vanilla light. I also use a mod called Place Anywhere, which allows me to size a very few objects, and that was one of them. That's USO as well, the hedging. This stuff is from the likes of SOE. The walls on the outside and railings. That's Snappy House Kit. And that is Snappy House Kit. USO on these, and I think that's SOE. SOE as well for those. You know, that one there, that's actually a meditation center, but you know, I kind of glitched it on the wall. The glass you see here is SOE as well. And this is the original ones, but I think you can get them in USO as well. And this is just some stuff I have in the way while I was building. You know what it's like when you're building up stuff. Snappy House Kit on these. And that's vanilla. It's from the Wasteland Workshop. SOE on the terminals. And the TV that I've done there. Although I did use Place Anywhere to adjust its size. And let's say in here, oh, that's vanilla, the airplane seats, USO curtains, Snappy House kit carpet. This is Snappy House as well. SOE Omni light source on that. And most of the lighting you see. So the vast majority would be Snappy House kit, Royale. So Snappy House kit, USO and SOE for building. Decorations would be a combination of creative clutter, better stores, not your average neon, and I think a few decorating poster mods, but not a lot, like these ones. I've still got to get around to doing. So yeah, with those 3 building mods and maybe half a dozen decorating mods, which would probably use most of your allowance for 2 gigabytes. You might have a room for maybe a few small ones after that. And that's what we've done on this so far. But I'll have to eventually get around to posting a mod list somewhere. I think I did before. I think I got lost, but I'll have to do it again. But it's not a lot, you know. There's not a ton. Now when we get out of build mode, you see those spears disappearing there. The Omni light source. This looks a lot different. Royale at night. I do tend to work with the lighting as well. But to get this kind of look, you're talking about a lot of time. I've been doing this a while and it still, takes hundreds of hours on some settlements. But I've done some in 50-ish, I do use the cheat terminal as well for building supplies and changing weather conditions. But you wouldn't have to, you can travel for your stuff if you want to, but it would prolong your build by a long time. You would be forced then obviously to grow stuff and go on quests, let's say, to, for the cash to do it. Well, that's how it looks at night. There's still a bit to do on this. I have a plan for outside as well here that I'm going to do in a second. Just 2 more little pieces I've got to add here. But I'm getting there. Right, let's finish this one. It's hard for me to focus in this heat. Okay. Yeah, some things down here and then we'll call it. Oh, no problem, Ryle. I will eventually get around to posting a link for the mods, but they're very common and they're very old. The ones I named out, well, the building mods are the most important ones, but I would, let's say, recommend SOE, Snappy House Kit, Xbox, and USO. Then it's down to, let's say, what you like to decorate. For that, I would definitely recommend Creative Clutter, Silo House, Better Stores, and realistic bars, I think it's called. And then, the rest is really up to yourself, what taste you have in that. And depending on how much you can squash into your 2 gigabytes. And thanks, Rael. I appreciate it. I think I might have time to show you another settlement. Yeah, it might give me a break. I can show you, Rael, a settlement I did, the quickest one I did. It's a lot different than this. I did it in just under 46 hours. That one is more kind of nature kind of settlement. We based that one on the legend of the lost city of Zinj. It was, I think it was a Michael Crichton novel, turned into a movie in '95, starring, I forget his name, but it did have a bit part from Bruce Campbell. It was called Congo. So it's basically King Solomon's Mines. That one took just under 46 hours. If you'd like to see that, if you're interested in seeing it, just text and I'll load it up and show you around. That one would have been completed, with the settlers in there already. I don't bring settlers in till I'm 100% finished. They really get in the way. Right, I'll load it up. But this is Sunshine Tidings. You know that one with that Professor Feelgoods or something robot? The one that always disappears. What I'm showing you this one because it's the one that took me the least amount of time to do. Well, this can be a lot of fun. I've done the questing on this for a long time. There's only so many quests you can do, no matter how good the game is. The building aspect of this makes it the most replayable of all the Fallout series games. But I can't see ZeniMax doing another one of these. Replayable games doesn't make them money, So I don't think they'll be venturing into this kind of building mechanic again for a long time. So the wall goes all the way around, kind of natural stone. And inside, here we go. That's our entrance. And we've got our, just like the movie, we're trying to base it on a movie. Our trained killer gorillas. And they were apparently guarding the diamond mine in the movie. And that's our little lost temple. And we've got some fish in here as well. And this one we built from scratch, from the base up. Yeah, they kind of make it. But this was surprisingly easy to make. Well, they all are, if you can dispense with the buildings. The buildings will always slow you down. Especially settlements with buildings that you've got to hide. Our little base camp here. And I find this one nice and peaceful.
Got a dangerous look about it.
Of course, I need communications.
Crop's coming in pretty good.
So that's a little base camp. And here we have this kind of waterfall. And of course, your fish. And this is just bits of crystal from the workbench. That's the closest we could come to diamonds. Now we do actually have a diamond mine, but it's hidden. And it's best to see that at night. Oh yeah, we've done over this side as well, but it's just a a large area like this. The buildings are still here, so what we've done is we've filled in and made a huge base and covered them over. I couldn't scrap them. The mods, let's say, that do that would be too extreme, too buggy. So I prefer not to use them. Which sometimes means I've got to make a pretty high base. Base, being ground level. So we'll wait till nightfall. I've done a little bit of work on the lighting here as well. And I'll just make sure the weather is okay. Can affect the lighting. There. So this is what it looks like at night. I think I got the shading just about right. And that's just done by just glitching some lights into the trees in certain areas. The smaller one. Should be surprised what you can do, Rael, with a bit of practice, if you've got the interest and the patience and the time. Every settlement you do will, you'll gain a little bit of experience from it and be able to carry it to the next. And I would recommend that when you do find a problem, instead of changing your build, try and find a fix. And, when you find a fix around a certain problem, and that's another little bit of experience you can bring, again, to a settlement. But each one you build will get better. Just practice, really. But there's certain procedures you'd have to take to build this big, with this many pieces, on this engine. It can be easily done on Xbox, and it's a simple thing. To be absolutely sure, let's say you would get the like of cheat terminal, so you can have all your materials here. When you're building this, you would never move, let's say, out of the build area, if at all possible. Not fast traveling away doing any of that thing. Don't be bringing in any settlers till you're finished. And you would work on, let's say you'd start off at about 10 a.m. and finish when it gets dark at 8 p.m. You would sleep from 8 p.m. to 10 a.m. You would never miss a beat on that. Giving probably the script time to catch up with what you've been doing so it doesn't lag. And you will avoid any kind of frame drops or 90% of the bugs, So it's just a simple little thing. Although the sleeping thing, I've never seen anyone do it, and I don't know why. They keep working all through the night for days non-stop, and then they wonder why they're getting frame drops when they build massive settlements. So that's the kind of colouring we went with. Now, our diamond mine. We've hidden the entrance here, and this is my favourite part in this settlement. And it was simple enough to construct. I thought hiding it, like a kind of secret area, would be, a little bit better. The old classic behind a waterfall trick. Ubisoft used that a lot in Valhalla. I've never seen so many entrances behind a waterfall in a game, ever. So, just a few rocks, couple of lamps, some dirt piles, and the vanilla potted ferns from the game. Obviously using the boulders from a mod called Grounded, and using Place Anywhere to snap them in place. Kind of time consuming and tedious, but you'll eventually get there. And a few oil lamps as well. And that's our diamond mine. Although the steps a little bit more complicated. To get them running freely so you can walk up and down without doing the little moonwalk trick. It was based on a movie called Congo. It was the best I could do with what I had, Ryo. But basically, I think it's a 95 movie based on a Michael Crichton novel. But it's called Congo. One of the main actors I can remember is Tim Curry. He was in that. I think it's on The Legend of the Lost City of Zinj, which would have been King Solomon's mines. A huge diamond mine, let's say, that was... it had some pretty strange protection. The bred and trained guerrillas, to guard the mines. And apparently, I think the guerrillas turned on their masters, and that was the end of it. Wiped out the entire city. And then it got overgrown and hidden, and that was the legend in the movie. But it was called Congo. I think it was a 95 movie starring Tim Curry. It had a bit part from Bruce Campbell from the Evil Dead fame. And I'm almost sure it was based on a Michael Crichton novel from, I think, the late 70s. The city is not much like it. It's obviously larger, but yeah, that kind of statue does kind of look similar. But the gorillas, yeah, totally. And maybe even the base camp. The diamond mine was obviously much bigger. Originally what I wanted to do here is, what I did in the mine, to completely cover this like a kind of underground cave system. But it would mean me going quite high and going over the trees. There's no way in this cell would take so many pieces. I would love to try it. It would have been nice. It would have been pretty cool. But there's no way I'd get away with it. But I wouldn't mind trying. But I know how much this cell can take, and it wouldn't have taken much more before I'd get problems. And that's it. Royale. That's our sunshine tidings. And the tag at the bottom is a friend of mine. I usually name every settlement for, my friends on stream. And that took almost 46 hours, bar 9 minutes. So that's definitely one of my quicker builds. You don't feel 40 hours going on this. Now, take into account while I was building this, I was chatting and, going on tours like this. So probably it would have taken more like maybe 35 hours if I was to do it start to finish, let's say, without doing this. But not that hard to do. Now, what I always do as well to save me problems, I'll load twice from here after coming. Let's say back from a separate save. I want to get my load from here. I find my Xbox works a lot smoother when I do this. And there. Now, and that's why I sleep so much when I'm doing this. Let's say on the settlements. You'll be surprised how much issues it would clear up, even in the likes of Sentry, which is legendary, for frame drop, and you can tell how much a settlement script is straining, let's say, when you sleep in a settlement, by how long it takes for it to count down. Other things can get in the way, let's say, if it's another settler's bed, it can slow down, but just build a bed, let's say, away from the settlers and try it out. It should move down an hour per second, at least. But when it starts to stagger a bit, that's when you've kind of overdone it in the settlement. Okay, well, we're looking for some stuff just to go each side of that so we can get out of here. We can always look at it again after, So, there's Snappy House, good. Now, G2 I might just use one thing from that Royale, and that's the fish you've seen in the last settlement. I might have used the beds on the prison build I did. There were those kind of old school chain bunk beds. I rarely use MSO, but there is a few things now and then I get from it. And that's not your average neon. It helps with the larger signs, but I don't use it too much. Decorating mod would be creative clutter. This, I don't know why I got it. I rarely use it. USO integrated, that's the USO mod. And then just, the vanilla stuff. But it passes the time, Passes the time. Clutter. Is there anything we could use here in clutter that wouldn't be too bad there? I don't want to go all the plates and stuff. All the trays don't look too bad. Well, I kind of liked colouring, so let's put it down as an if. And we can't use more of these. There's no. Oh. Oil. I need oil, guys, for some reason. Yeah. Oh, probably these guys. Wouldn't be bad. So I'll get some oil. Oh, hi, Lipton girl. How have you been? Oh, I'm fine, thanks, Lipton. Yeah, I hope you're well. We're getting the last of the decorations done, but mostly just chatting. You know how it goes. I hope you've been well. And how has the weather been treating you? It's pretty humid here. I'm going through bottles of soda like it's nobody's business. You'd think I'd have more sense at my age, but age is a poor substitute for sense, I'm afraid. Oh my! I don't think I could deal with 100. We've had here about a high of about late 80s, I'd say. Here now, it's not too bad in my room. I'd say maybe 75, 77, I'd say. But the nights here are much worse than the days, Lipton. And very humid. That's your spring, yeah? We're really not equipped to deal with the heat here. Oh no, you're okay, Lipton girl. No need to apologise. No need. Oh, what was I looking for? Oil. And this trial is where this comes in really handy. You don't have to fast travel away for supplies. Kind of like, even though I haven't played in Minecraft, the creative mode. So we want the oil. I've set it to 500 because I go through stuff pretty quickly. Be careful how much stuff you carry in your inventory as well. I think I remember reading somewhere it's 32,000 or something. After that, you can have problems. Everything would stack. And let's say if you get 500 oil, that's 500 items. They would have individual ID codes. I think they had some problems on Cyberpunk because of that, didn't they? Oh, hi Wastelander. Thanks for following. Appreciate it and welcome. Not common here. I could honestly say I don't know anyone that has air conditioning here. But if we had this kind of weather every day, yeah, it would be common. Oh, it's bad there, is it? Oh. But I think I'll get a little portable air conditioner. I'm just waiting to get a little bit more organised, you know. But no, not common. In Spain, yeah. Most of the apartments in that there would have air conditioning. But if you've seen the weather here, you'd know why for most of the year. But this past couple of decades, yeah, this is becoming more and more frequent. If it lasts for another year or two, yeah, I can see air conditioning starting to become more popular. I'd say mostly, let's say, little portable things. It would take a lot for, let's say, for people to start, planning and building their houses with air conditioning. Unless it was a climate, let's say, where that was guaranteed every day, which is not here. But it's getting more and more like that, to be honest. Oh, it's not common in New York. I heard New York gets some pretty crazy summers sometimes. It's common, and it's pretty common, strangely enough, in our automobiles, but not in our homes. Maybe we should move on to our cars. I think some people have actually done that. Yeah, okay, maybe something like that, guys. We'll put 2 of those in. Now there's that stuff as well. What does that look like? No, that's just plants. But I like it, actually. Yeah, that's not bad. Okay, get rid of that. Salt and pepper plus. Why not? Why not? Ah, I see. It can be hard to get these little guys into place. Pity they don't have opposing ones. There we go, guys. I think that would do. It seems like the North are more apt to conserving historical buildings and neighborhoods. That's good. In Missouri, they're just trying to build up because more people are moving here. Yeah, historical buildings can suffer then. You know, a short-term gain and a long-term loss. You know, modern buildings are a dime a dozen. You know, once you destroy a historical building, it's gone forever. The other ones come and go. You lose a lot, you know, when you take out a bit of history. Well, I'm Midwest, but I just consider it South because of history. Yeah, yeah. They're irreplaceable, you know. Modern buildings, yeah. They come and go, don't they? They do. There we go, guys. It's still a bit sparse, but what can we do with something like this? There's not a lot we can use. If we put any more, we kind of spoil it, I think. Now, there's one more little thing we could chance. And that's the little coffee tab. And that would be about it. They're cheap, yeah. Some of them are quite ugly, yeah, granted. Some of them are. There's quite a lot here, you know. Old castles are my favourite. Well, from the 12th century onwards here, let's say. You know, during that, I think that was the occupation, the Normans, yeah. But from my window here, it's what remains of what used to be a large castle, so It's I think around 1230 or something. Um, a Norman round tower. One of probably many that used to be there. But that was, luckily enough, it was preserved. But a lot of the castles are fully preserved, you know. Some are even fixed up, let's say, and kind of converted to a hotel, which I'm not 100% about it. But if it pays the bills for the upkeep of the building instead of losing it, yeah, why not? Hmm. It's not much to look at. It's just a normal round tower like a stack, but it was part of a much larger structure. Um, it was here before my town was. That's saying something. But most of the towns and villages in a lot of the European countries owe their existence to castles. The way it used to work was, let's say, let's say an occupying force would occupy the land. They would pick a nice spot, let's say to hold a certain army that need decent fortifications. That would be a castle. It would be in an area, let's say, where they could, within a day or two, be able to get to anywhere by horseback, let's say, in the country. So it was strategic, um, you know. So a lot around the Midlands, and depending on how big the country was. So obviously they'll have a lot of soldiers there. So, you know, they would probably be too far to go out to their families. They would have families outside. So what happened was they built little houses outside the castles. So when they left, they didn't have far to go. And, all their families and kids and everything were there. Before you knew it, maybe there was 100, 200 houses. So then the shopkeepers started to come in because, there was money to be made. And that's how the little towns and villages started up and carried on, let's say, well past the destruction of most of the castles. Towns like, let's say, Cashel, Limerick, some in Cork, Dublin Castle, all start. Well, it was the Vikings who started, let's say, a proper settlement there. It was quite small until the Vikings came. But the reason the Normans did it there was obviously, it was a good place for a port. Yes, the castles would have been there before the towns. The soldiers would have moved their families closer to the castle so they could see them. You know what I mean? They just literally had to walk outside the gates and they were home. If they got leave or whatever the case may be. Remember, it would have been horseback travel. And even, let's say, to have a horse, you'd want to be pretty wealthy, I suppose there's a lot of soldiers that actually couldn't afford a horse. So they would probably have to walk. It would probably take longer to get back home than it would, for their leave. So, yeah, once there was enough houses, obviously, that encouraged shopkeepers. And that's how most of the towns here, anyway, at least, at that time, sprung up. Some might have even just been, let's say, small villages before a castle came. Then a castle would have been built a mile or two away. And then that village, let's say, would have gotten a lot more houses built because of, and the soldiers who were serving at the castles. Hmm. And that's how my town was formed back in, well, the castle was the very early, I think the 1200s, so that would be considered the 11th century. And yeah, there could have been, a small village here, who knows. I don't think there's enough history to work that one out. Hmm. Yeah, they're pretty awesome. I've always had a fondness for it. Especially, let's say, as a kid, it becomes pretty commonplace. But I've always had, and probably that's why I've always had a greater interest in historic buildings. But here they take them pretty seriously, you know. What were we doing, guys? There was something else we wanted to do. I totally lost track. I'll tell you what we do. We can skip to the outside. We can finish this in a minute. We have a ton to do outside. And I'll start cleaning up this mess we have as well. Cleaning this place up. Oh, no problem. Yeah, yeah. They were doing some building not far from me, about maybe under 2,000 yards away. They were digging out foundations for some kind of building they were putting up. But as they were digging the foundations, they found human remains, so obviously they called the cops. The cops were there a while, and then some archaeologists came along. But it was an ancient burial. I reckoned it was probably, I think, 2,000 years old. I can't understand how the remains were still around, but, you know, the soil must have been ideal for, you know, preserving the remains. But I remember that in the local paper. I think that was around the early 2000s, about 20 years ago. Yeah. But the guy digging that foundation must have getting quite a shock. He probably thought it was probably a recent, you know, but it was probably just a normal burial. So, yeah, there's been, you know, people living around here for a long time. But that would be pretty standard in Europe. Lipton, let's say, around the castles. When you see the old stone castles, you know, ones with that massive stone, if you see, and let's say, the round ones, they were designed, let's say, around the time, let's say, that the trebuchet technology started taking off, and later, let's say, the smaller cannons, they're rounded because when they were hit by a large boulder, the boulder would glance and the wall wouldn't take as much pressure. The real old ones would have been square. They would have been uh, less structurally sound for an attack. It would be much easier to breach the towers, let's say. So if it was rounded, when the boulders would hit it, it would glance the rock a bit, you know, take some of the pressure off it. So they'd have really thick walls. Hi, Drifter. But then, let's say, with the technology of gunpowder and cannons, they were obsolete, useless. So the castles you would see, let's say the fancy ones, you know, done with kind of red brick and stuff, they were just for show. They would have been, let's say, more like a stately home, a symbol. The larger ones would have been, you know, defense. And for a while, you know, they worked. Oh, fine, thanks, Saver. How have you been? I hope you've been well. Especially the ones in Eastern Europe. So the old heavy ones, yeah, they're the real old ones. With the heavy set walls. Yeah, okay guys, let's see if we can do this. I think this would work. Although we'd have to set them in. Right, we'll build them and then we'll push them in. History, yeah. I used to read a lot on medieval history. It's quite fascinating, you know. I'm tired and it's only 5:36. Ah, it's I'm an hour ahead of that. 6:36 for me. Okay. But basically, once they made some decent cannons, the whole, castle as defense thing, and that was obsolete. Where's the stuff we're looking for? Here. Okay, we need a garage one. So we'll just leave these like these, and I've got to kind of push them into place later, but we can build them. And then I'll try and fit them in. Well, I don't know if we need them there. Well, we'll go with it anyway. Those ones will be a little harder to fit. We obviously can't keep them that high, but we'll move them into place in a moment. There. They're made. Now it's just a matter of, pushing them down like that. It won't be a lot harder to do. No problem, Saver. Oh yeah, I need to get rid of some of this junk. Well, I might be able to use these guys yet. Ah, I'm not convinced. I might hold them for a while. I'll leave them over here. But I want to get rid of some of this junk here that we have. They've been kind of holding up the place. Okay. That, yeah, I can kind of live with that, and the rest of them, I think. There's a good few we've got to fix. I'm not really looking forward to doing these. They're pretty awkward. See what I mean? Now, this is the problem we have. You see what I've done with these? I can't see us getting these ones, like that. We'll be able to do something like that, which is kind of not bad. I suppose we could. With a little bit of friendly persuasion. Something like that. Yeah, it's not bad. But they'd have to be pretty even, so I'd have to close that. That would probably be it. That would work, I'd say. But there's a lot of them to do, guys. And even that is inadequate. We've still got a space. We would definitely have to close that space. Bring it right up to there. That's where we need it. There. Ah, I see. Yeah, yeah. I would have to measure the pieces like so. Just about right. And that's kind of our problem on this. There. That would be considered to be okay. That's how we need them. Not a small job. Okay, let's see if we can get it in. Here I can put some kind of sign on that. I've decided yet what I'll do. We could go with the Nuka-Cola girl thingy. That wasn't bad. Now, if we use this here, theater blah blah blah, that might be good. Let's see if we got any interesting ones. Probably this. Okay, we'll try and use some of these. Yeah, okay. Okay. We can actually make these bigger if we want to. You know, but do we want to? I think that's a pretty decent size. But let's say we go a bit bigger. We need something with a kind of red background. The lights would kind of work. So, not everything I can do this with, so let's take advantage of it. So that's +1, you see, +2, +3. Okay, a little better. So +3, let's say, on every one. That might work. Do you know what I want to try? What if we made this big enough so we could cover the entire piece? The problem is it's much taller than it is in width, so let me save this. And we see if we could get away with something like that. If it was square, but it's rectangle. If it was square, it would work, but we would lose a bit from the top and the bottom. And the writing on the top would make it, I want to see anyway. So it's at 3, so we'll put another 5 onto that. And we put another 5 onto that, that's 13. Another 5. 18. 19. 20. It's not bad. It's a pity about the writing on it. It's a pity about the writing. It would have to be a bit bigger. If we could find one of these, with just a character. I don't mind the writing much out front and things, but we're starting to... I could see that something like that work. We'd have to hide the bottom one and we'd have to go in a lot. Let me see something like that. The light is a killer, isn't it? Well, we won't be using that one anyway. So. The light is a big killer. I think I might have these without lights. But the lights kind of make it, to be honest. It would have to be that low. I could still use the lights. It could be covered, let's say, with this. That's not bad. That's actually not bad. I would have to cover the stupid edges. I'd probably have to make it one size bigger and something like that. It's not that bad. Let's see what else we have in this. Something that maybe might be a little better. Let's see where I have these things. We could work out these little problems now. Add a few details. There. You see, these ones don't light up. They need to be wired and we just can't wire them. So, it would have to be the other ones. We definitely need them to light up. These are the ones. Yeah, they're all not bad, but for radio stations, those are totally inappropriate. And the Vault Buy stuff and the advertisement signs. The ones I had were... No. No. Maybe. That's not bad. That's the one we used. That's our there's a coming soon one. Now, that one might work. The light is a killer, actually. So what do we say about 21? Five, 10, 15, 20. That would be the size we'd need. They're coming soon kind of made it for me. We might be able to, but it's the light. They killed it with a light, didn't they? Ugh. Yeah, even 21 is a bit shy. You see what I mean about that stupid thing there? I don't think this is feasible, guys. No. Pity. It was definitely worth a try. Always worth a try, isn't it? Oh, I can add another poster. To be honest, I could add the light myself. It's not a biggie. Probably better I do so anyway. But worth a try. Now, we can still go with these. Use the ones that will light up. My god, the heat. I don't necessarily need them to light up. Just would have making it easier for me, you know. What is the one with coming soon? There's one with coming soon and there's too much writing on it. There was that one, wasn't it? So, maybe about 22. 10, 15, 20, 1, 2. If I could hide the top end. All depends. I think we might be able to do a lot with this one. That's the size of the original one. Don't be like that. That would be ideal. I could make this, well, would have to get a little bit bigger, at least 1 to 23. And now I can't touch it. Right, we'll move it from the other side. There's not many of these. But if we could do something like this on these, I think it would make a big difference. I've never tried this before, so it's going to be a little learning curve on this. Once we figure it out, the other one should go... Oh. I see. So that's how it goes. It would definitely be 23 now. Once we figure out the sizing and that. There's 23. Now let's see if we can move it. We can also take out, the old one here. No point in having too many pieces. I want to get rid of the side piece. We figure out the size and we'll see if we can do it with the rest of the sides. They're pretty similar. We just need the coming soon and a kind of inside set square. Okay, we can sack that. And we see if we can work this one in. This is what, 23. I'd have to be able to stop that silliness. But each time we, push this up, we have to pull it out of it. It's a massive problem. It is a massive problem. Yeah. Okay. We'd have to stop the snap and force it. Where's my bed? Ugh. If this fails, I'll do something different. Neon is not great for this, to be honest. It's too much. Oh. There. That would help. Here, that would work. I think. A grid snapping will stop that. Right. It's sheer size. Every time we make it bigger, it gets thicker as well. Forcing us to push it out more and more. Forcing us to make the side bigger and endless cycle. You see that? That's not bad. But I have to come down, obviously. You see. Okay, the tripod polytutor is not bad. But I would like it to, if I could. Come on now, don't be like that. Oh, it's a pity. It's gonna be hard to stop that, guys. That's the only chance we have. Oh, we'll figure it out. Ah, it's not working, guys. Yeah, it's not working. What a shame. No. Done. The size we need to get it is too big. Literally too big. I've got one more plan. I haven't given up yet. I have one more plan. We're not beaten yet. Never say never. Okay, they're dead. They're unworkable. So are the other ones because they're too thick. I never tried to see if there was any paper ones in those. I've seen some paper ones near the end and they're pretty thin. And even if they're here, I'm not sure if they can be sized, but we're gonna find out. Never really been into these posters that much. And the sizes were good enough for me before. Not even sure there is paper ones. A lot of signs. I think they've overdone it with the signs, to be honest. No. Okay. Oh, that's done, isn't it? There is no paper ones. Now, there's creative clutter. I'm not really sure we can do something with those, but it's more like Century and stuff like that. Sierra Madre. Now the pod posters are useless because, you know, well, they're basically the same anyway, they wouldn't work. These are the ones that have the paper versions. No. Where did I see these guys? Ah, here they are. It's an advertisement for the Super Duper Mart, not exactly what we wanted. Here's the ones. Something like we've got ones of Century and Olympia Theatre. Cummins, yeah. Arcadia. Century Hills. Worth a try. Worth a try. I'm almost sure we can size these. Yeah, it's not bad because it's another settlement, you know. No, they can't be sized. Oh, what a shame. We could just go with that. Century Hill sign. Pity. I'll have a look around and see what else we might have. We've got, nah, I think it's the signs we go with. That's a shame. Yeah, we'll go with those. That was Century and something we can recognize. Boston, Massachusetts. Yeah, that's in the game as well. So we have Century in Boston. I think we need... No. We need 2 more on this other side down here. Oh, it's just those 2. Huh. Okay. Oh, we just gotta finish with those 2. Let me see what I've done here. I could get the other side to match. Yeah, they're half ones. Let's put a different... I think I had to do it on this side because of the corner piece. Good night, Lipton girl, and take care and stay safe. Yeah, I shan't be here much longer. Maybe another 10 or 20 minutes. And you too, have an amazing day, and stay safe. And take care. Bye. I think I had to go with that design because we were 1 short on the other side. I could change this, guys. It's totally possible. I think I made a little mistake here. So, half goes there, and there. No, I had to go this way. Or else come out a half on this side. No, that's the way it's gotta be. We go with these 2. Yeah, we go with these 2. Yeah, this will be adequate. I remember all of this was done because I had no choice. There. That's it. But we did try. I just had to make sure that we couldn't do anything else with that. Oh. Kind of interesting look. Do you know what? It would be well worth taking the windows out if all of them would snap like that, and then replacing the windows would be much easier. It would actually be much easier than ditching them in. Oh, this is worth a try. I wonder what's doing it. This would save me a ton of work. Oh, hi, Perry Twinkle. Hi, how are you? I hope you've been well. It's a little different. I think I like it better that way. Let's see what it looks like on the other side. Yeah, this is doable, guys. Let me save this one more time. Yeah, we're trying to work out these, Perry, and I'll show you what we've been doing. I haven't tried this kind of design before, so I'm having a tiny bit of a learning curve on it. So far this is how we've come on this. It's taken forever to do this. Not much, but surprising how long it took to do. Unbelievable amount of time. Ah, that's good to hear, Barry. Yeah, not too bad. Still trying to deal with the heat, but you know, I think everyone is basically trying to deal with that, aren't they? think they are. We went with the coffee machine and the Vault 88 drinks machine. We'll be able to assign someone to that eventually. But I took a break from that because it was driving me crazy. I adjusted the lights, like I said, so we can walk down now without getting trapped. And now I'm thinking of adding these, which would be a nice addition. I'd like them to snap. And it would be worth removing the windows and replacing them. It would be a lot easier, like 50 times easier than trying to get these in. So I'm wondering if it's the windows that's stopping the snap. So I'll remove the window, and this could go pretty quickly if it works. If not, then it's snapping onto one of the grey sections, and I could temporarily put one in, but it will go a lot quicker. Yeah, it's snapping on the panel. It's definitely snapping on the panel. So, let's see. There's the panel. Now let's see if that theory is right. Yeah, it is. I'd still have to remove the glass. Oh, it's snapping on the other side. It's snapping. It must be snapping on this silly thing. It's actually snapping on that. Let me have a look at that. I know there's a way around this. It's snapping on that one, Perry. Ah! It is. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I'll just use a fake one of these and then... yeah. This will go quick. I like that. We get everyone absolutely perfect on a snap. Right, here we go. Let's get these in. So, how's your day been, Perry? Did you do anything interesting today? It would be wonderful if we could keep the glass as well. Yeah. But even if I have to move the glass and replace it, it would go much, much, much quicker than trying to guess these silly things in place. It's possible, but it takes a lot of time. Now, let's see if this can be, if we can save the glass. If not, we'll just remove it. No, it wants to snap on the back. Okay, probably we need two. One snaps onto the other. No, we'd have to remove the glass. Unfortunate. Well, we can do it. Yeah, we can do it. Yeah, we'd have to remove the glass. Oh well. There. And then we just move that up to the next one, and etc, etc. We'd have to replace the glass after us. Pity, but still a lot quicker. I had fun putting together a new microwave cart. Oh, nice. Yeah, this would work, guys. It's a pity I have to replace the glass, but I think this would be worth it. Hey now. This might not be as easy as I thought. Oh my god. You never tell with a snappy house, can you? That's a shame. Oh, hang on. It's that stupid thing there is probably... No. That's kind of weird, guys. See, you can never tell, can you? I'll try the half pieces. Okay, it's basically not gonna work, guys. Such a shame. Or maybe if we remove these. Because after all it was, you know, fitting on the side piece. You know, we got the problem one now and again, we could... That's not the way we're going, but... Actually, that's even better, Barry. Oh my god. That's even better. It's bringing it out just a little bit more. That actually might be worth a try. And we'd still be able to hold our glass. I wonder what will work all the way across. Alright, let's go for it. For some reason on this, wasn't really snapping that well. Oh, we'll soon find out. If I could solve this problem, if I was ever doing this again, it would make it a lot easier. Oh, you good thing. You good thing. That's the one that's giving me the problemo. Come on, you know you want to. Yeah, we get to keep windows. All we'd have to do is fight the snap. Come on, there's always a way around this. Oh, I think I know what's stopping it. But that's quite nice. And we get perfect snaps. And that's perfect distance. This would work really, really well. Just gotta figure out the little bugs in it. All we need to do is get that to snap. Now, if this doesn't work, I'll use two half pieces. Ah! Gotcha. Gotcha. There we go, Perry. Oh, we'd have the same problems in here, but it's working. They're nasty and hard, especially this corner. This is obviously going to torture me, but it's not impossible. There. There you go. Yeah, we can do it, and we can keep the windows without removing them as well. That's why you're best when you get a problem, try and figure out a way. So basically we just created a little fake snap point, use that and then remove the piece. We get to keep the windows, we get to get these at a absolutely perfect level. You know, snap perfect. And the distance, snap perfect, no guessing. Everything 100%. That would do. That would do. We'll have a little few hard parts, but it can't be as hard as guessing them. Oh. Yeah, that would work. There's other little things I could do later if I was really, you know, gonna do it. But this makes a good difference. And the outside was looking kind of industrial, you know, like that. But that really gives it more of a commercial look. Yeah, this one should work. It's a matter of persistence. I expect it not to be exactly plain sailing either. But once we get out of that stupid corner, I'm thinking it's going to be a lot easier. Oh, I probably know what's holding that. I totally know what's holding that. Out you go. There you go. Now. Ah, I see. Okay. I need 3 pieces, Perry. To see if I can con my way into this. I would need 3 pieces for this one. Or, here, just get this one in. I'd need that one back. Like that. And now that one there. Good possibility we'd glitch this one. Ha ha! Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Oh! Oh, that's a shame. Oh yeah, it's because of the... that's right. Now let's see. There. We're out of the nasty corner. Should be plain sailing now. Yeah, that would work. So, we found a system. We will do all of that, and then we'll re-examine the way the door is done. It might be worth it to get that, but I think that snap is pretty decent on it. I'll readjust it to match this. But here we get them to snap, and we get them in absolutely perfect position. Let's see what that corner looks like. I might hide that with something eventually. Well, that would be it. Yeah. Okay. Let's get these guys in. That will make the outside of this go pretty quickly. About time something went right for me. It's been one of those days. Do you ever have one of those days, Perry, when everything you do seems to turn to dust? Kinda had one of those days. Good, we have a decent system for this. We might be able to use that in the future. There we go. So we're going with that one. It always breaks down in the end to getting it to snap. It's the only way to be sure of fitting something in properly. Every snap is exactly the same as the last. So we'd have the same height and the same distance guaranteed. You've had one of those lives. Oh my. My bad days usually come in trees. No, we're not out of the woods yet. Far from it. But if we can get one of these. There. The rest should be easy peasy. Yeah, it'll always be a battle, but we'll get there. This is a common problem. You're best to store it and rebuild it. The beauty of Snappy House. I think I know what's happening. It's the settings we have. Frustrating, isn't it? Gotcha. Oh. Okay, went out of build mode. But it works. Another tiny little thing I want to try whether I get these in. Yeah, it varies from not being able to get it to snap anywhere to getting to snap absolutely everywhere except the place you want it to snap to. But in fairness, you know, the vanilla building pieces can be like that also. That now here's another kind of maybe on this. We put this down as a maybe. Ah, what a pity. But that's how low that one would have to be. Those we might have to work a little bit better. That's a pity. I don't know about that one. Those we'd have to work on, to be honest. Well, that's keeping them the right height. Well, I wonder if I could fit the 4 windows in there. The reason I did that was, you know, just to keep it the same as the other side, but it's pretty easy to change. You know, I had them done in a certain position in the front like this, so I said, yeah, what the hell? I'll go with it on the back. Oh, we'd have to. The false roof. The false roof. Yeah, what I'll do with that is I'll find some kind of something to put it underneath so it doesn't look so bad. Maybe some signage or something. We won't be dropping it down that far. It's a bit much. And it's already at a perfect level, you know? It still doesn't look too bad, you know? Now, we've got small ones of these. Oh my, I wonder. Oh, this would be good. Let me check. These would be worth getting in. I did notice some smaller ones. Somewhere. Where are they? Here. I wonder are they an exact... There they are. Bit. If I put the piece in, I think it would work. That would be much better, Perry, than leaving those out. So, let's go with it for a moment. And this would make a big difference, especially because there's a lot of them here. That I could kind of live with when I have it fixed. And we could lift these up to the same. I'd totally remove that and put the piece in. Even this would make sense. Well, that I wouldn't touch that, to be honest. I'd just keep it high. But even if you wanted to, you really couldn't. You know? No, that would be okay. Now, let's see if the small ones go in. Just one moment. I use this Q-tip. It's the heat, Perry, and the earphones are quite heavy. I really shouldn't be scratching my ear with a Q-tip. But I'm afraid the temptation is just too much. Okay. Well, the theory is the same, so it should work. No, don't be nasty. That seems to be the wrong size, doesn't it? Oh yeah, that's the wrong one. Ah, we would need it to snap. There. Oh, a little high. I wonder why. That's kind of weird. Oh, it's coming out. Okay. Ah, so strange. Oh, yeah, okay, the snap is different on that. Okay, here's another theory. Let's use a full one, bring it across. Yeah, there's gotta be a way around that. Ah, come on, there's gotta be a way. First of all, we'll see if they'll snap on a full one, and then I'll just push it back. No, the smaller ones have a different snap. Now, that's a problem. The smaller ones have a different snap, yeah. Yeah, mine do as well, a lot. Makes my ears very itchy. Yeah, I was thinking about eventually if I could getting a mic system, but you can't do it on Xbox. You know, a microphone. Let's say out from the headphones. Something with the sound, I think. The only way of doing it properly is on PC. So I wouldn't have to wear, one of these. Maybe just a tiny earbud or something. No, these don't snap like that. The only way to change the system would be to use all small ones. And that would be kind of silly because, going over these with just all small ones. Let's just get these in for a moment. It's the same with the half floor pieces for some reason. They seem to be designed a bit differently. Their snap points. Couldn't never understand that one. You see, these ones would snap like so. Which is perfect. But these ones here, you see they're higher. And they're not bad, to be honest. They're in a slightly better position, I think, than, the likes of those. I'm kind of tempted to use half pieces all round, even on the double windows. But they look silly. No, I couldn't. What a shame. I would literally have to move them into place. Not impossible. It's actually not impossible. So what are we looking for? Steel. Okay, if we're gonna do it, we'll do it. I was gonna do it with every one, so why not just the odd one? Definitely give me something to do. It has a higher snap point. Although they're the same pieces from the same mod. Similar problems would have pieces of flooring and 4 pieces. How do I... there. Could never understand that. Oh, hi Daphs, and good morning to you also. How have you been dealing with the heat? Nasty, isn't it? I feel like Tarzan in this heat. Okay. We'll still need some kind of snap point. And what I'll do then is use that orbital system and we'll drop it down. It would help us a little bit at least. We need to get rid of that snap point, so I'll use that. It's not bad. Originally I didn't want to use the half panels, but the telegram pole made me change my design. Where's that thing? Oh, nice one. I scrapped it. I'll use something else. What's that? There it is. So, yeah, same here, Das. Horrible, wasn't it? Yeah. Here it's not too bad either. Although I think it's still a constant 20. But have you been getting, let's say, instances during the night where it can drop about 20 degrees and then another 15 minutes shoot back up again? Yeah, we've been getting that a lot. Well, inside anyway. I'm obviously not running any heating. Obviously it wouldn't be as much outside. But then you see it's always overcast here, so it could be, let's say, when there's a cloud cover. Well, it wouldn't make much of a difference at night, would it? No. Yeah, who knows? Now, don't do that to me. There. We would run it in like that. And then we'd have to run it out. Like so. Not gonna be easy to get those stupid little small pieces in. To be honest, I think it's gonna be impossible. Because they'll just snap on the other side. That's not good. That is kind of a pity. Let's see. Is it possible to do something stupid like this? Of course it is possible. There we go. Perfect. Okay, I found a way, I think. I think I found a way. But had to have the front door open. Yeah, that's what I do. I actually open the back bedroom window, my bedroom door, and the window in my room, and try and get an air circulation going through. But that's dependent on a breeze. Yeah. Yeah, I've got two running here. But having said that, Perry, I run two fans all year round, so, Okay, we found a way around it. We won't need those smaller ones. We'll just run across with one of those. The pieces. Oh, hang on. Yeah, if they show through the glass, it's not on, is it? And I know it's showing through the glass. Let's see. Yeah, of course it is. It's showing through the glass. Yeah. Worth a try. Worth a try. Okay, I could freehand it maybe. I'll try a free hand. Yeah, it would be... No. Oh! I think I know what might be happening. I wonder... Let me see. Yeah, on the full one, it goes up. Let's try that one more time. There's got to be an explanation for this. Gotta be. Yeah, it's just I can't... It won't snap down. And there's no way for me to, will these snap up? Not a hope. Yeah, they just won't come out. No, they totally have a different snap position. I'm going to be buying one for sure. Ah. But my neighbour... they'll go past the door. Yes, and not much privacy. But I had to do... yeah, or I'd melt. Okay, we can ignore that for a minute. We'll carry on with what we're doing, and I will solve that one. There's gotta be a way. Like, whether I snap it on a small piece, or snap it on that. Now, having said that, I don't mind, snapping the other one so high. But, it doesn't work that way. Oh. Oh. I doubt that would be an issue with it. Let's see. No. It's the piece itself, guys. It's literally the piece itself. It is literally the piece itself. I know there's gotta be a way around that. It doesn't matter what piece I get in, it's gonna snap that high. I can't double over on it. But I suppose yeah, if I can get some kind of decoration in there, it might work. That's kind of a pity, to be honest. Well, we'll go with that for a moment. I'll get back to that problem later. It's delaying us too much. Now, here, yeah, we'll start moving these ones into place. That's a pity. Or maybe even doing that and getting something in. That seems to be the right level. That I might be able to settle for, maybe. Looks a bit iffy, but I wonder. No, that wouldn't work. You'd have to go on an inside. And they're too nasty. No. We'll go to where we were going. Then we'll fix it as we need to. There. Yeah, we'll leave good enough alone till we have to fix it. Come on. Does anyone know where that piece went to? Ah, there it is. Just gotta be more careful next time. There. Yeah, it's invisible on one side, Das. So it just disappears. It's nasty. It must have saving a little bit on file space or something. So they left it invisible on one side. Makes it hard when you lose it. I don't know how I'm going to do the smaller ones. I wouldn't even mind a small redesign, you know, to breaking them down a little bit again. I really might consider it, you know that? But I could do that some other time. There. That's those ones done. Well, they went pretty easy. I didn't foresee in this kind of thing. And I wouldn't even mind, let's say, leaving those out. If it was like that all the way around. Or even leaving them in like that if I could get all of it looking like that. If you know what I mean. So, I wonder if a little bit of redesign would work. I could solve the problem then, let's say, with... Well, you wouldn't do it here and here, which wouldn't be too bad. So, here you would not be able to do it. So, half on that and a half on that would leave us 1, 2, 3. So a half, fall a half, I got us to there, and it's 2. For half. Let me see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so... where did the half start? It started from here, actually. So those 2 would get me to there. I think I might be able to do it. I might be able to do it. I'm just trying to get my head around this thing. And it will be okay here, obviously. So, or even put one each side and cut it down in that way and leave one center panel. Not bad. Here would be something like, let's say, that one would be gone. I just can't get my head around this. Half, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3. No, I think we'll be short one little piece. Let me save this. Let's see, can I find a way around this silly problem? I'll try it with concrete. Brain can't function when I'm tired. The feeling is to you can build much more here. Ah. Yeah, I need some new mods. But even if I found something sensible, I don't have room. 2 gigabytes, not a lot. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, F, 1, F. So that's what? Two, 3, 4. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me work this out here for a moment. My brain is not functioning. No, it goes 4.5. No, 4.5. 4.5 will not fit. But if we use the center panel, I think we'll get away with it. We get rid of these two. We put one center panel in, and this will be 2, leaving 3 each side. So the half ones we've done. Well, we really want them in the corners, don't we? That would probably work. Yeah, totally. And this is what? We'd have to slightly change this. But it would still work. Now, how would we work these ones? Well, they're okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. And these are our 5 as well. They'd have to be changed the same way. Well, as long as we have 5s in each, we're not too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the 2 halves are 5. And then on this, we have... Ah, you see? 1.5, 2.5, 3. This is 3. Because this is not central. And there's no way we can change it from here with a roof. The joys of not matching sides. I saw some stuff in the background not loading instantly. Just like, yeah, it's here. It's a 5 by 5 square. Now it can spread. Oh, where is it? It's actually not here. It's down here. Here it is. Where's that stupid... No, it's actually back behind me. You can bring it with you a little bit as well. I have a kind of theory on that one, because it happens here a lot, even when you don't build so much. See the 5 by 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and exactly 5 in each direction. I think it's a 5 by 5 square, and probably 5 high as well. I think these settlements are made up of these cubes, like a Rubik's Cube. The problem started here, I think, when that telegram pole. So I don't know what else they've got glitched below the map. It's exactly like if it was a rendering issue, it would affect the entire thing. But it's a 5 by 5 square. So I think if you look at these settlements in height and width, it's all like squares. Like, think of a Rubik's Cube. That would be 5 of, let's say, this size. Both on the ground and on the side. 5 by 5 square. So, when they mess up with something like this, it will travel through in this. But I've had it happen in a lot of places. Longfellow's cabin, probably the worst. But it seems to be in that area. Now, sometimes if I walk into it and walk down, I kind of drag it with me. But let's say if it's a rendering issue that I couldn't, load it up because, let's say the CPU wasn't powerful enough. I would basically get the same thing down here, wouldn't I? But it happens when I get to that specific corner. So no matter how much I spin around or pan, it won't happen here. Yeah, I think it's a combination of a few things. Yeah. So it's not the kind of classical rendering, let's say, where your CPU wouldn't be able to handle it. I've kind of developed a theory. It always seems to work in 5 squares. So I'm thinking large squares like that, let's say, the settlement is built of, that add them together. Like kind of mini cells within a cell, if you would. So let's say by adding this piece here, which probably wouldn't cause it, but then again I don't know what they've got underground. Usually what I've seen these guys doing when they were building these settlements, Hangman's Alley is one in particular. Obviously whatever way they're doing it. Let's say, did you ever remove some trees and stuff from a settlement, and then you would produce a pretty large object from your inventory, and you'd be bringing it around, and for a split second at a certain angle you could see the trees that you've removed? Now, that ever happened to you? That happens to me all the time. You can see the trees that you scrapped, even though you've scrapped them. Well, I didn't scrap any trees, let's say, in Hangman's Alley, and I was looking through my menu. There's this large building, and I pulled it out, and I kind of pushed it to the side, and I could glance here from the side. The buildings that were already there on the side, there was actually different buildings there. Let's say a Hangman's Alley would have a wall like this. So I was glancing from the side, and I could see it was totally different. Different wall was coming out. It was coming out about a half a square more. So they must have changed their mind and needed, let's say, that they wanted more room. So whatever way they scrapped the original building was there or pushed it back, they probably didn't scrap it.
They probably did some kind of disabling on it. You know what I mean? Hmm. Yeah, but my theory on that is they didn't scrap it, or let's say it's still in the file. The building is still in the file. They probably just disabled it, where it would just disappear and kind of not get in your way. But I think it's still in the file. I think it's something like that here. Now, you get away with that, but let's say taking into consideration this, and then taking into consideration the pieces that I've glitched around it might be just too much. I don't really know, I'm just guessing, you know. Hmm. Hmm. Well, not exactly a disable. You know, some way they have of, you know, maybe scrapping it or pushing it to the one side. You know, maybe let's say the disable that we use on the mods would be much more successful than whatever they did. I'm just kind of guessing, you know. I haven't a clue. Well, I definitely haven't a clue because I've never even used a PC. But I'm trying to make kind of logic, you know, trying to apply, well, you know, the best I can. But the 5 by 5 square is too much of a coincidence. You know, it's exactly 5 by 5. And I'm guessing it's 5 high as well. The same way when you use, if you notice, the grid snap DAS, you can snap, let's say, in midair, and it's always around the height of a vanilla base block. Hmm. But I could be miles and miles off. But it's the only way that my mind can make sense of it. But then again, that's not saying much because I don't know what to do on PC. Yeah. What were we doing? Oh yeah, I was trying to redesign this. This I could. This I could. This, however, because of taking the two pieces out here, and that's a pity I couldn't scrap that. This here is a problem. I have 3 pieces. I could go. You see, I can't go full. That will be my only problem there. So there's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. That's a problem. This is perfect with 5. And that's such a shame, isn't it? That is such a shame. I know there's a way around this. I don't think there's any way I could design that where I could make it work. Even if I take out the half ones, well, that would save a lot here. We could run it. Yeah, that's what I'll do, guys. I'll take out the half pieces. I'll take out the half pieces. Why didn't I think of that before? How stupid of me. I was just so adamant in keeping them. Yeah. That's how we do it, guys. Because I've got even numbers on this. And it would make a difference then. Yeah. It's a pity. I wanted this kind of look. But what can you do?
You know? What can you do? It wouldn't really matter too much about this. Okay. My brain is shutting down. I'm thinking about half squares and that, but sure, I've done even numbers. Ugh. That's nothing that a lobotomy wouldn't cure. That's... Yeah, that's what I'll do. It probably is. I've been 20 minutes here trying to figure that one out. It's a small bit of a redesign, but I think it's well worth it to get the rest of this in. See, even the smallest thing that looks simple, Perry, you fix one problem and automatically you jump into 2 or 3 different ones. And what we can do is we can use sections like this instead. Well, obviously, except there. Yeah, okay. Let's get ready to rumble. And this is going to take a little bit of time. But I think it's going to be worth it. Well, with 3 here, it's no problem putting 1 in a section. And with 5, it would be no problem either. It's a pity. I like the kind of half squares. Yeah, 1 step forward to you solve 1 problem to create 2 other ones. This is why it's always better if you get one side or the other on odd or even numbers, but keeping them the same. Doing central stuff, odd numbers are perfect, where you can get a central piece. But when you're going with half squares, you want even numbers. Oh, you're going to get into all kinds of trouble. Now, that would be no problem as well. And that would save all of this shenanigans. But it will be changed somewhat. One of these would have to be taken out completely. It's a pity, because it took a while to do this. And we'd need more glass, and I'd have to work out... Okay, I just saved this. Let's load this up. Yeah, we're going to have to change this, so... I don't know what I've done on this. But okay, that's the way we're going. Guaranteed. Well, we still... this was the reason I went with the half panels, but I don't mind trying to glitch and fix those. There's some sense to that. I can even, sync them back in and we can go with some nice signage. That's kind of possible. I don't mind the small changes there. But on the side, that's a different story. That will have to be a little bit more accurate. Okay. Let's get it done. Do I have to reposition the hidden lights too? Probably, yeah. I don't know if well, no. No. Because on the half panels, I think I'm almost sure I didn't add lights. Because I added them above and it created, let's say, like a square round. So I would have centered the lights, let's say here and here. But I'm almost certain I didn't add any to the half panels. The reason being, the outside half panel is pushed right in on the inside one, leaving no room to hide a light. No, I think I'll be okay with the lights. Yeah. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 of these, so that's 2 panels. That would be no problem. Now, these ones we'd have to work on. And those ones. So, let's get it done. Yeah. I wouldn't have used them on the half panels because I wouldn't have been able to hide them. Plus, once I'd get it up about 1 story, because if I didn't do that, it would show too much light. Everything is geared up to a certain volume. If you think about, let's say even some of the water panels, well, especially the water panels, and I think the light system as well, it would cover an area. Let me show you. This is the vanilla stuff. That's the area where it would show the most light. So if you put your light about, let's say, the bulb part of it, right on the top of that, that would show perfect lighting. The whole game seems to be centered around a dimension around this size. Like here, the glitch we had, the 5x5, it's literally 5 of these in each direction, 5 high. I think we'd have to redo these, unfortunately, but they're dead. But I wouldn't have this problem if the guys who had the mod, you see what I mean? The small ones, whether it's a large panel or a small panel, snap at that height, which is different than this. Now I have to use the larger ones on these. So if I use the larger one, it's much lower. Now, let's try a little silly experiment. So it's not the panel. I originally thought it was the panel that was doing it, making it snap that way. But if that's the case, then, you know, that should snap on the right one now, on the large one. But there you go. It's still going high. So this will only snap at this level. So even if I had 2 half ones in, you see what I mean? Doesn't matter. They'll always snap. They snap at 2 different heights. Must be some kind of oversight. I don't see the sense in that. Of course, we'll have to be replacing the windows anywhere. Oh. I have one hidden. Oh, I hid them in the pillars. Yeah, I just change them around to the pillars inside. Not a problem. I actually had them hid in the pillars, Twinkle. Now, what I'll do with that one is I'll push them in the other pillar. I like that. And there you go. Now, this will go relatively quickly. I'm hoping. There. 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 Oh, where's that other guy? That would be the new one. This is going to be a nasty little process, but far from impossible. There we go. And then we kind of tiptoe along and replace the glass as we go along. Nasty, but what can we do? But we'll be through this one quickly enough. I was thinking about putting this middle one, let's say, being a full one. So I get rid of this one. And there's the light. We'll sort that one in a moment. We'll move this one out. We'll move that one out. And what did I say? I was thinking of putting this a full one. Fair enough. If that's the case, we won't need that. Or that. And probably not that. And that's our centerpiece. So we'd have to get rid of that. Rid of that. We'd have to put this light here. We'd have to take these two out. And that would be our new look. And then we'd have to replace the other two. One moment. Complicated little guy. You know that one robot in a loading screen. One with the skull. Oh yeah, the guys, what do they call them from the DLC? The guys that scrap the robots. The Rust Devils, isn't it? Yeah, I think I know the one you're on about. I made it. Ah, it's creepy for sure, really. When it runs though. Oh, I see. Oh, you're on about the making robots, the DLC, yeah. You can do, I think it's an achievement as well, isn't it? To create an abomination. So you're going for the achievement. You don't know what to name it. Frankenstein. Yeah, Frankenstein would be an ideal name for a robot. Oh, you're on about, you're probably on about, Mr. Handy's. Yeah, pretty long legs. Ah, yeah, no achievements. Pity. I think one of them is an achievement. Okay. Okay, it's time to start getting rid of some of these pieces. But everything is okay as far as here. It's just we got into trouble here. And now we're going like this. So I think this would kind of work. If I can remember where I put the other pieces. Well, probably down here. Well, we'll be taking these ones out. Also. Ah, come with me. I've got a job for you. Now, here we go. And I'll borrow one of these guys for a moment. Now I fit this one in. And this is simple enough. Two about there. And there we go, guys. Oh, hang on. Silly. There. It's a big job to get that stupid thing fixed, but you know, at least it's fixed. I would have to go with more signage, but we can definitely cope with that. There. And that will be our way out of that stupid problem. Now you see why I like symmetry. But things seem to work out if you go with symmetry. I couldn't because of the telegram pole there, so it caused a ripple effect, a lot of problems. And since it's a Soltron, it has... Oh, the laser. Nice. I should give it... Yeah, the flaming swords. I used to use that as a lot, I think, on some of them. Buff out forward helps with identifying bugs. Really? Conflicts. And crash logs, etc. But it also enables achievements. Yes, on PC you can get a mod that will enable achievements when mods it's installed. But I really give it to us here on console, you know? It's a pretty raw deal on console. And it's just standing there, staring at me all the time and not moving. Probably does, Derp. I think it gives you a nice gun to shoot him in the head. Yeah, there might be a conflict that will cause that, yeah. Yeah, you don't care that much, yeah. So that's how we fix it, guys. It's a big job just to get it, but at least there's not a ton of them, I suppose. Lucky I didn't put in an excessive amount of them. Right, let's get in and sort this. So here there's 5. Well, either way there's got to be glass on these 2 sides, so 5. Glass, panel, glass, perfect. There'll be 2 panels on this. Now we'll bring down these ones we were using here. Oh, hang on. We're leaving that one. This is the one here. Now we just gotta get these little nasties snapped and then... Oh, yeah, well, getting rid of that junk would help, wouldn't it? Hmm. You get one in there. 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 This one will be glass, and then we push back on that, and etc. Well, actually, that one is glass. There, but we need the snap point. Right, let's get the rest of this. So I have Ada and the bot with me. Oh, Jezebel. Rudest bot ever, Jezebel. I give them the assault on legs and you go and see they run. That shoe is terrifying. I think I did that a few times. It's actually funny. Yeah. Yeah. Before, yeah, getting him to Sentry. It almost always bugs out. And I give Preston the Maxton's code. And he looks good in it. Nice. Not the new bot I just made. Oh, the loading screen one. Now, here we go. I didn't expect to be redoing this again. Yeah, hidden in the pillars. Totally hidden in the pillars. Oh. What happened there? Oh, wrong way around. There. Here we go, guys. And that's what we'll have to do if we want. Yeah, silly speaker system. Now, how's my volume? Should be okay. It's 2 a.m. I'm not going to even try and type, yeah? It's almost 9 a.m. for me. And this is kind of put me back a little bit, but I'll still get it done. I didn't expect this kind of problem. Now. Come on. You... There. There. So... Okay, hang on. Where am I going with this? This one here is actually the... Croc. That one is closed in. Yeah, okay. This one is last, and then that one is close in, and this one is last. Okay. Ah, I see. I see, I see. There. Now. Come on. There. There. Yeah. That would probably work. Hmm. Hmm. It's 9:47 here. Ah. Nice, same time zone, neat. Huh. Give cause while the robot treads. He gets really big, yeah? What are my robots, Mr. Andy Trusters? Yeah, they probably would be a little less noisy. They're almost done with this. But, you know, at least it's gonna go the way we want it to, I suppose. You never tell what will go wrong in these and how long it would take to finish them. I haven't played around much for building robots. No, just for achievements. Myself. But I used to use them a lot as provisioners. It was handier. I would build like replicas of Ada, you know, assaultrons. Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah, they do. They'll bring, let's say in vanilla, they'll bring a settlement's happiness level down a lot. A 50% cap on those guys. Unless you use mods. Oh, it's okay there, I suppose. Not a problem. All have to boot back in function. There. And just one window. We're done. Oh, and one of those. I did forget about that. And fit that light in. Oh, I'll just do one from here for a moment. Oh, come on. Oh, it's the window. Oh, come on. Come on, you're the last piece. There. Where's the last window? There it is. That would probably do it. Now, just get this one here. Big enough job. Oh, thank goodness that's over with. There. That's what we wanted. That's what we got. Oh, hi Lyle. Hi, how are you? Sorry, I was so distracted. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. So, what you been up to, Lyle? Yeah, we've been doing a little bit of changes on this. And we went into a small problem, but we just got over it. We want to keep these on. We managed to get them to snap, but it took a bit to do so. So a slight change, we'll have to take the middle sections out to get these guys to work. Well, we're getting there with it. Slowly but surely. Working on my shotgun only run. Nice. Now let me grab some soda. We've got a good bit of the inside done. Although this is the hardest room by far to do, was the coffee shop. Because of the building that was there. There's a decent shotgun. Where is it? But you know, Lyle. In that pier section. What's it called again? It's way over across from Coop Manor. I forget the name of the shotgun. It's a pretty decent one. I might be able to do something with that later as well. Let me just get rid of these. There. Yeah, this is what we're doing now, Lyle. You know, and this kind of thing, we think it takes the industrial look off. It gives it a more commercial. That's the one. That's the one. It's on the ship. Yeah, the one on the boat. The one on the boat. I think there's a couple of other ones. Yeah. That's yeah, even if you're pretty low, I used to get it when I was pretty low. Just sneak in across the water and do a quick run. And then run and scream. And then jump into the water when you get it. And get out fast. I think there's also a bobblehead in there as well. Yeah, it's a mod. It kind of kills it. Yeah, you know, when it's a mod. Like you could do a wooden spoon run. And you could have a modded wooden spoon. You know, that kills everything it comes in contact with. Yeah. Just a mag, is there? Oh, I'm thinking about the other ship. The one outside of Warwick Homestead. On the bow of the ship. Yeah, that's the other ship. I'm trying to do this with no guaranteed legendaries. Ah. Oh, I see. You gotta find the legendaries. The guaranteed ones, the ones that are always there. So you're looking for the spawning ones. That's gonna be hard. Yeah, it's outside of it's within shooting range nearly of Warwick Homestead. Where the Mylarks are, yeah. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. There's another one on the ship on Spectacle Island. I think it's the Luck Bobblehead. I think they're the only two that are actually on a ship. It's been so long since I've done the quests. I knew where every magazine, every gun. Now I can't seem to remember. That's the one, yeah. The one with the clover in the top hat. Okay, we're almost there, guys. Just a run on this side, but we have to remove the centerpieces. Unfortunately. So, let's save this one. I am seriously considering running neon over every one of these. Might be a nice touch. But I'll do that later. My God, this heat. There's absolutely no need for it. do a lock playthrough, I would swim out there and take it without flipping the switch. Yeah. Yep, that's what I usually do as well. Yeah, no queen, no problem. Ah, okay. Now. Oh, that one is okay. It's not that list. This I have to remove. Yeah, slight change of plan here with this, unfortunately. But fixable. Very fixable. Always fixable. Now, let's see if we can get this one. We need this for the snap. Stupid, stupid thing. Every time I solve a problem, Lyle, it just creates two more. Oh, the window. Yeah. Oh, hang on. I might get past this little issue, would I? Yeah, kidding me. Might have to remove the window. Yeah. Ah, I had you twice. There. Now. Yeah, we had to change this stupid thing. But we'll get around it. Eventually. Ah, come on. Let's get through here. Come on. God, this causes so much hassle. Yeah, we need it to snap. Okay, we'll just store it. It'll be here forever. There. Now, that wasn't so hard, was it? Oh, this is the last end of it anyway, thank goodness. There. Now. There. Ugh. It's breakfast time for me, so have a nice day and stay safe, everyone. And thanks for stopping by, Nas. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your meal and have a great day. Stay safe, Das. Bye. She'll be better later when I have the power to take her down. I really love Fallout 4's combat, so I have to kill her eventually. Ah. 3 a.m. I should really sleep. I don't know if I will. Now, we'll just keep plodding our way on this. Ah, this one will have to go. There. And the next one will be last. So, goes there, and we can just scrap these, I'd say. And we get our glass back in. We'll get there. I couldn't get my head round the Lyle before, but we needed to get rid of the half pieces. And get that light in as well. Ah, come on. There. Ah. Stuff to do on this side as well, apparently. You're kidding me. There. Now. Oh, wrong way around. That's not good, is it? There. Hmm. This one's gonna go in. And another one here. There. And then we get this guy. God, the heat. It's almost unbearable. Okay, we need a few more of these. Whew, this heat. Yeah, if I could get this side done, we'd be good. 1, 2. Okay, that's weird. Oh yeah. I get you out for a moment. There, and that one can stay. Now. Come on. There. Yeah, just had to redo this silly thing. Oh, that's silly. Those ones don't have to be. This is the one. They've got to be on the inside. There. There. There we go. Let's get the other ones and we're almost finished. Phew, and this heat. It's bad, isn't it? Yeah. I'm falling asleep, so I'm gonna say goodnight. No problem, Barry. I'll be going quite shortly myself within the next 5 minutes. Just wanted to get this side done. Thanks for stopping by, Barry, and hanging out. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest, and hope you have a great day tomorrow. Take care and stay safe, Barry. Bye. Yeah, I've gone almost 8 hours on this. Usually I only do about 6. But once I get interested in something, you know, if it's kind of battle of wills with this, to be honest, to get it right. And once I set my mind to something, I don't know when to stop. That guy. It should take more than a few minutes to finish this. The finer stuff I'll do myself later. Oh, that was the wrong one. My apologies. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Glass. Glass. Get rid of that one. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I'd never get it done. The rest little decoration and design I'll do when I'm not streaming. And sort out what I'm going to do with that one. Maybe do something with the corners as well. Yeah, I can see this turning out half reasonable. But we got nice snaps. Yeah, that would work. Oh, at least we got something done. Yeah, it gives it more of, well, kind of hotel look, I suppose. Well, a lot less like a factory. Yeah, that would work. So, what I'll do, guys, is I've been on almost 8 hours. I can't believe I've been on 8 hours. Didn't get a lot done because, you know, there was, oh, yeah, I didn't show you what we were finishing, Lyle. You know, we just finished the bar and our serving area, I suppose. So we went with something like this. I'm not sure about them. I'll probably find something else, but that's okay. The rest of the touches I'll do earlier. It's just once I've gotten into New Vegas, it's hard to get into out of my head. I was doing a little bit on it today, getting rid of the junk and stuff we stored up. But that would do, for today at least. Right, yeah, it's coming along. But as I said, getting it up is one thing. The foundation, the walls, the big stuff. Decorating it, that's quite another. Especially with these larger settlements, always with this one because of the two existing buildings. Never easy. Okay, let's save this one. And I'll leave it here, guys. I shall return tomorrow at the same time. I want to thank everyone for hanging out and supporting. I really appreciate that, guys. So, goodbye, Perry, and good night, Lio, and take care and stay safe. Goodbye, Lio, Perry, and Ast. Thanks for stopping by, guys, and thanks for following Curious Reality. Appreciate it, and welcome. Also, Hufflepuff, Lady Grey, Tigger, and Jill. Take care, ladies. And Derp, thanks for stopping by. And thanks, Raiders, for accompanying Lio on her raid. And iRox, yeah, take care, iRock. And Only Hips, stay safe. And let's see what else we can see here. My brain tends to power down when I'm this tired, so I can't remember everyone I was speaking to. I'm totally dependent on the message board. And thanks again for the raid, Lyle. Let's see. Well, that's everyone on the message board. Let's see if... And thanks for following Justin AD. I appreciate it and welcome. So, to everyone who is watching, guys, I appreciate the support. I hope you all have a great day. I'll be going straight to a raid, and we'll see if any of our friends are streaming. As usual, I'll stay on there as long as I can until I nod off. So tomorrow we'll be doing a little bit on New Vegas, the usual. Always every, let's say, building here every second day, and then New Vegas. When we get to New Vegas, we'll pick something else. Good night. Sorry, it's Justinian. Good night, Justinian. And thanks again. No problem. Your fellow Celt. Stay safe, Justinian. And then we'll pick out some other game as a kind of, second game to what I'm doing here. So let me save this one more time because I forgot if I've saved it or not. And yeah, I'll go in and we'll check. And some of our friends should definitely be streaming.
Right, let's see who's streaming. And again, guys, everyone take care and stay safe. Thanks for hanging out, stopping by.